Welcome to Journey Through the Gate, the Paranormal Portal podcast, as we delve into the many questions and wonders brought on by the supernatural experience. What's on the other side of the gate? Let's find out together.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Donnie. Hey, Toby.
Hey.
Hello. Listen, guys, happy All Hallows Eve. Happy Hell Night. Happy Mischief Night if you're up to mischief this evening. So welcome. Sorry for the hour delay. As usual, I have a good excuse. At least it's good to me anyway. Technical difficulties. I went to play the video and it wouldn't play, so I had to re-download it from YouTube, and it's a 2-hour video, and believe me, they're not like Johnny on the spot. So, Donnie, would you like to do a little recap? If you don't mind, I have a little Halloween surprise I'd like to share with you guys.
Yeah.
And Donnie is going to talk a little bit about like a kind of a quick recap, kind of like Dave is on a vacation. He's gone to this haunted mountain, and for those of you that can't stick around, what we're doing is Lynn's going to pop in. She's doing a little Halloween mischief herself right now. And she's going to pop in probably after the first chapter. And I'm really looking forward to her insight on this as far as an author and from her perspective of the writing and the characters and whatever else she wants to add. But also the supernatural paranormal as a medium and as someone who has been an experiencer all her life. As a nurse, they're usually at the end of life care. So, we're doing the whole 4 hours slam dammy tonight. We're getting it knocked out of there. We moved over to allow Steve and have some guests and stuff like that to not cross over on him. So we're getting it all done tonight. But, as he would have it, Donnie, it's Hell Night on the mountain. So We're experiencing this almost in real time. Can you say real time about a fiction? Yeah.
On
Halloween you can.
Yeah.
Halloween you can. We can do what we want, right?
Did you want me to recap the whole thing?
No. Just whatever you wanted to add. But just welcome in Fast and Gray and Jose and Vixen Doe and Aunt Edna and Andrew. All you wonderful people. I know I've missed some. Gray, hang right there. Don't you move, honey. Stay right there for at least for the next 5 minutes. I know you got stuff you got to do too, but I want to share this little Halloween treat. I have a little Halloween treat I want to share with you guys. So I will be right back. Ted, I love you, sweetie. And I know Ted's going to be with us for the long haul, aren't you? And Brave Sir Robin as well. Tell him there'll be some jump scares. And, this is no holds barred. This is everything. This is the crescendo, right, Donnie? This is
the climax.
This is it. This is it right here. So hang on, They arrested someone for the Delphi murders finally. Oh, good. Yes, I heard that, Chris. Thanks. Thanks for coming in. All right, so Donnie, take it away. I'm going to pop out a second, and then I'm going to come back with a surprise.
Okay. The story is Dave and Rage are on vacation, getting away because I think Dave just got through a divorce, and he is at the cabin of this area that is run by the McGee's. And of course, there's Tater there who helps out, but also Tater's also helping out his buddy Jeb, who runs an auto body shop. And Jeb on the side also was running a moonshine still until operated by Skeet until the still. I think we all know what happened to the still, right? It blew up. Skeet became a stain on the wall. The sheriff comes in. Meanwhile, Jeb encounters, while he's peeing, he encounters a large dog-like creature that puts a big scratch into his truck, and it pretty much traumatizes him. And all the while, he's still dealing with the ghost, figurative and literal ghost of his dad. And let's see what else. Man, it's so much to go over. Dave has some weird goings on in the bathroom, right? Something grabs his leg. He notices some weird things in the cabin. And he's out with Rage as Joan, the woman with her two sons. One son goes into the cave chasing after a rabbit. The still explodes. The boy stuck in there. He's being led by a ghost girl who tries to lead him to his doom. But then at the very end, when they go in searching for Jacob, Rage is in there, and he finds Jacob, rescues him from the ghost girl, and Rage is the hero of the day. Jacob gets reunited with his mother. Meanwhile, the sheriff and the deputies, they arrive at the scene and they find the exploded still and what remains of Skeet, and they find the gold watch, which will. And that's an important piece of the story as well. We must not forget that. And what else?
Hey, Donnie.
Yeah.
I'm ready to unveil my surprise.
Okay.
Listen to me, gatekeepers. There's a little lesson in life I want to show you right now, and I'm going to share it with you real quick. When you have a hole as big as I had in my heart, I know the only way to fill it is with love and with light. So I went pumpkin picking today, and I'd like to share with you my little pumpkins.
Oh, look at them.
This is my little pumpkins.
Look how they're just like smushed together like that. They're just like
they're my little pound babies. Can you see them? This one right here is Mr. Boo, and this one is Spirit. So Spirit and Boo, my little pumpkins.
Oh, Lindsay's like, oh my God.
And they are my little Halloween pumpkins. Okay, take it. And you take them.
And when did you get them, Sysco? When did they come into your house?
About 3 hours ago. Maybe 4 hours ago. And when you touch them, they purr. They have been activated. So say hello to your new best friends, everybody. Look. This is the wonderful gatekeepers, and they love you already.
And how old are they?
They're about 9 weeks old.
Oh, they're kittens.
They're babies. It's okay, sugar. It's okay, sugar. Okay, I'm going to walk them back, but I just had to share. Oh, I can't give them back to you. I'll be right back. I just had to share, but they haven't been out in the whole house. So, yep, they are little orange pumpkins, Spirit and Boo. And when I saw his face, we got in the car and we just drove till we got him because his little spirit spoke to me. And I said, please just come back with me so I can spoil you. Look at this. You can't even. Look at that. Look at. Oh my God. You're going to be seeing a lot of these babies. Thank you so much. My little pumpkins. So I had to share. Go ahead, Donnie. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no.
Try to follow that.
No, I was kind of floundering. I was like, what else do I talk about? There's so much to summarize in such a short amount of time.
Look at that face. Oh my God. Oh, this little gypsy scar. He's a little gypsy pumpkin. And you, sweetie? Oh gosh, I hate to give them back. Okay. Okay. It's okay. They're in good hands. They're with Uncommon Belief.
Cisco,
Oh, isn't
oh,
it
go
wonderful?
ahead.
Be
Yeah.
kind. I'm sorry. And I can't even tell you. So they go right up on the bed and get right on the black pillow and just lay right there. I mean, just, you know. And when you touch them, they purr. They were born to a feral mama. There was 5 brothers. I saw their pictures at the pound from the ASPCA right here in Ocean County, and I cannot say enough good things about them. I had tried it, was looking at some others, and I'm like, oh God, is it too soon or whatever? But I tell you, as soon as I started looking at little faces, you start to feel a little bit better, and you start to get a little hope. You just want to put your love somewhere that it's gonna, and it helps. You can only feel that with, the grief really doesn't go away, but the love helps heal it. So I started looking, and I saw a little spirit. His name was Patrick. And I saw his picture, and as soon as I looked in his eyes, I felt his soul. And I'm like, I have to have him. In fact, when we went, I said, if he's bonded with any brothers, I'll take them too. So we go right down there. The people were so kind. It was so clean. They were so nice, thorough, absolutely thorough. They're already, chipped and all that kind of stuff. But they were so nice. And she goes, oh, do you want to meet him? I'm like, I already have. When I saw his eyes, that was it. That's all I needed. She goes, well, he doesn't like to be held, and he's not really, a cuddly what? Like he just hasn't had the right cuddle yet. They were basically born in this facility, so they go in a cage, fairly large. I mean, these people treated these animals lovely. I highly recommend that if you're lonely or if you want to do something, go to your local pound and sit down in the room with these cats and small dogs or whatever, and get you a senior or an adult, that is in there. I was playing with all of the older cats, and if I could have, because I have Helen Wheels, wanted to get something smaller so she would acclimate well. But I can't imagine people being lonely with so many. I mean, it was $40, $50. They had all their stuff. Um, please go to your local pound. Look into your local ASPCA. They used to get a really bad rep, but I'm telling you what, they treated us lovely. Um, my husband emailed the landlord and said, all you got to do is tell them it's okay. And she said, you better go get those babies. So we did. So pumpkin picking. I know I'm not going to get any sleep for the next couple of days, but I'll take this not losing sleep over a month ago, losing sleep for a totally different reason. These little guys are so snuggly and so comfortable already. And I just needed to share that with you guys because there's happiness out there. Go find it. It's something. Little furry packages. I know, healing little furry packages. Absolutely. So tonight we're doing this. Like I said, Lynn's gonna pop in. Donnie, I'm sure you did a wonderful recap. I was running back and forth. I didn't hear it, but did you have anything else you wanted to say before we started?
How we ended last night?
Jeb lost his head.
Yeah, Jeb got his
I
head.
loved the scene. I mean, I hate it. I had to write it. I took time writing it, but it was the whole thing from Tater spilling the gas and seeing the dead children's playground and having to, he was on one side of the playground and then Jeb had to run through it to try to escape the dogmen that were kind of herding them towards the leader of the dogmen, who was hiding in that pickup truck, and then just picked him up and lopped his head off. And he kind of played with him a little first, like, he to the leader of the Rougarou, the dogman. The worst thing he can think of, if you listen to him as he thinks and his dialogue, he does not want to lose the respect of the pack. He has to be the leader, the wise one. He has to be the one to win the fight, or else he's got to be alpha dog, or he'll lose all control of the pack. So that's his perspective, his vantage point. And this intruder, as he calls them, this human, Jeb, peed on his territory, basically challenging him almost like to a duel, Donnie, wouldn't you kind of say? When you're trying to claim territory like that, like tomcats will do. And he had a grudge. He held a grudge against that, since it happened. And when Jeb got out of the truck and did it the second time, he could smell him, and that's when he told the pack to, to herd him. And at the same time, he was being scared out of his truck by Ezra, his father, and his ghost. He's popping up all over the place.
Yeah.
So keep in mind what Chuck told Dave and George and Joe Parker when they were sitting around the fire. That soil outside that cave, when you go in one side and go out the other, you come out on that end. That soil is sour soil. This is where people went missing. This is where the lady went missing, and they could hear her, but they couldn't see her. And they found her like 3, 4, 5 days later, spinning around on the old rusty merry-go-round, saying that kids were trying to suck her soul and take her life, and suck her soul out of them. And she's in the hospital for the terminally batshit crazy, which is going to be a T-shirt, I think, Donnie. And just terminally batshit crazy. I think that'd be great. I have to think of the design. But so this is where people go missing in portals. This is where, animals don't go. Not many things grow there, just the scrub trees and stuff. And, that's where Jeb was sitting in that truck with the camouflage over it that was filled with the hooch. That's where Ezra showed up. He showed up in the back. If you notice, he showed up through the back end of that cave. So that cave kind of also represents a portal from the good to the evil, the good soil, the sacred soil, through to the sour soil. And the Dead Children's Playground is also on sour soil. So all of that evil was coming this way towards the garage, and, what was chasing Tater, and then again chased Jeb to his demise where he lost his head. And we pretty much left all the gentlemen around the fire. And, Mr. McGee said, "Welcome to Hell Night, boys." So welcome to Hell Night, Gatekeepers. We are celebrating today in real time with on the Haunted Mountain. And there's Toby. He doesn't seem afraid. He ain't afraid of no ghosts.
He likes to just stay right in front of my face and just stare at me.
Yeah. So I'm going to go lay down with my new pumpkins and listen to this with you.
This is going to be an exciting one, folks. There's a lot of action in this one.
Hold on to it. And Lynn, if you're out there listening, these are the parts I wanted you to listen to. But this is 4 hours, guys. If you have to go in and out, we understand. If you're listening later, great. If it's part of your Halloween experience, we are glad to be a part of that. We're proud to be a part of your Halloween celebration, and aren't we, Donnie? And tomorrow night we're doing the costume thing and the call-ins and trying to hook up with Steve and all that kind of stuff. But we hope you'll stay for the whole thing and see this through. This is the final chapter of the haunting novella, The Strange Case of Cabin 22.
It's going to be in 2 parts, folks. And after the first part, we'll be Sysco and I will be back on with Lynn.
2 hours.
And the first part's 2 hours. So
yeah, and I bet somewhere around in there, 2 hours, 20 minutes, something. Yeah. When that one ends, we're going to pop back in. Hopefully Lynn will be here with us. And then we're going to load up the last part and we'll finish it out and celebrate at the end, because what an undertaking, right? Yeah. There you go. And keep in mind, most of this, I would write the chapter probably 1-2 days and then record it in about 4 days and then load it. That's kind of the way it was going. So I don't have a clue where half of this came up, but it all seems to really come together and knit together well and stuff. Even listening to it again, this, for the 3rd or 4th time, I'm like, wow, I forgot I wrote that, but that's a good storyline. That's a great line, such and such. Or, some of the things that you say, I found myself laughing out loud. Jacob's in the cave. I'm like crying because Rage is saving him and getting rid of these ghost kids or whatever the hell they are. But keep in mind, they went out that back end of that other cave into where the dead children, into the sour soil. So you have sacred soil, sour soil. You have good people, bad people. You have the light, you have the dark, and you have the evil, and you have the extremely full of love and light. And it's all in here, folks. So we left Jeb losing his head. A couple, I think 1 or 2 of the dogmen caught on fire and ran across the playground, I think dragging Jeb's body. I had to actually look up how long, once you lose your head, you can actually see and and be able to take in and process what you're seeing. And the last thing Jeb saw when the dogman held up his head was the two dogmen, one on fire and the other one dragging his body across the dead children's playground into the woods. There you go. If that's not a Halloween tale for you, I don't know what is. So here we go. All right, Donnie, thank you so much. We're going to play it.
All right.
Here we go, guys. Enjoy. We'll be in the chat.
Whoever fights with monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into the abyss will gaze back into you. Friedrich Nietzsche. Sometimes when you look deep into the woods, they look back. Sysco Murdoch. The Strange Case of Cabin 22, The Final Stand. Tater flew like the wind, his faded turquoise golf cart struggling uphill. It was a slow-blowing wind at best, but it was steady. The sound of laughter from the unseen child had sent his brain into overload. He was scared, he was shaken, and he was so sorry. Everything that was happening to him today was setting his mind in its own whirlwind, and he stayed on course towards the cabins, the lodge, and hopefully people who were his true friends. It was dark, and although the trail was well known, its trees and low shadows haunted Tater along his way. Low-hanging branches seemed like hands reaching for him, to hold him back somehow. He knew there was danger in here, in these woods. He could feel it. Just like he knew the land behind the junkyard was bad, real bad. Even the air back there seemed different and made it harder to breathe. He hated that old playground in the woods beyond. People went missing back there, and his dad had told him never to go back there. Tater never did. Taking Jeb and dropping him off on that trail today was as close as he had been in 10 years or more. Animals don't even like it there, his dad had said once. If a squirrel or deer won't live on a patch of ground, well, then it ain't fit for humans neither. Keep that in your head, Tater. Your ma and I want you safe. And Tater remembered. The big man thought sure that whatever was on that land tried to get him tonight. His ma had once said, "Bad brings bad, good brings good. Plain and simple, Taterbug." Tater thought hard on his deception to the McGees. He thought hard as his golf cart fought the road up the cabins. He thought hard on his big lie, and that bad brought bad. Had he brought the bad on himself? Revenge, anger, hate, lying, making trouble, even possibly being friends with Jeb and Skeet could be bad, Jeb didn't seem as mean-spirited as Skeet was. Skeet scared Tater, and he shuddered now, thinking how Skeet had laughed when they found old Bob Olson in the river, dead and alone. Bob was Tater's good friend, always kind, patient, taught him a lot about fishing, stories about when his dad was young, about dreams he had had for the land and caring for keeping it unspoiled, natural, free for everyone to enjoy. Taught him quite a bit about turning a wrench, too, and how to listen to an engine and let it tell you what it needs to fix it. Yup, Bob was a good man. Skeet broke the news to him and Jeb that day when they were working on that pretty Mustang at the garage. Tater was happy that day till old Skeet stumbled in, laughing and holding his belly like the laughter would pop right out through there if he didn't hold tight. What did he say? Tater tried to recall now, holding the wheel tight to his golf cart as he puttered up the dirt-banked road. That was it, Tater said this part out loud, as he smacked that wheel now as like an exclamation point to his thoughts. Skeet's voice and crackling laugh came clear to his mind. That old coot should have watched his step. Them rocks are might slippery on that river bank. Should have known better, old coot. Been more careful. Why, he must have knocked himself silly on one. Must have busted his head open like a July watermelon, he did. That'd explain why there was so much blood running down the river. Yup, clean down to the Little Falls turn. That's what he said that night in the garage to Jeb. Tater had been sad and was trying not to cry in front of those boys. He had sulked off to the old cot in the back room where Jeb sleeps and did his best to hold back tears when Skeet had let him know how old Bob, his good friend, had been found that day. Jeb asked him if he had been there when they found him. Jeb was worried people had seen Skeet up there. "No," Skeet had answered. "I ain't been up there for a while, but I know the place. So do you, Jeb. Heard tell they found him there is all. No one's seen me round that trail, Jeb. I made sure of it. You can count on me. You can count on me." Tater was scared and sad big time that day. He was scared now, too. Could be why he was driven back hard on his memory now. But now a different kind of memory pushed clear in his mind. Right up to the front where he could see it real good. Skeet laughed hard at his friend Bob, and that wasn't nice at all, Tater thought. And the way he described the blood of his friend running clear down the river to that Little Falls turn, it was quite a ways from where they found Bob. How'd he know about the blood? It was clear a month Bob was missing, and if Skeet hadn't been there, how'd he know? Tater slapped both hands against the cart's wheel now and reared back and bumped his head on its low roof. He was madder than scared now. He'd have to ask Jeb about this, he thought to himself now, the bang on his head clearing his mind to the task at hand. Getting the hell right out of here was more important now, and being friends with the likes of Skeet could have brought trouble on him, could have brought bad to bad. His own deeds could have brought it too. He'd fix that right as soon as he could, as soon as he got to the McGee's. That land could have sent something bad to get him. Could it have made him break down right there by the fence? Could it do such a thing? He heard that laughter. He felt the evil on the wind. Is something like that possible? Tater wondered. He didn't know how, but he was sure he had gas plenty this morning. Running out right there by the fence line of that old playground didn't make any sense, and he hoped he'd have enough gas to get him home. If not, he would run, he thought. Just run. He heard a loud scream from behind him, coming from down the trail, from where he had just left. It sounded loud but muffled. and then a howl that he thought had to be from a huge wolf. There was no way he would be going back to see what made that sound. "No way, no how," the big man said out loud. "I had enough today. Just help me home, Lord. Just get me home. I'll tell it all, I will, I promise. Just get me home." His prayer carried off on the wake of his cart, giving all she had. The big man sputtered up the dark trail toward home, and unknown to Tater, further away from where his friend Jeb was taking his very last breath. Those around the fire decided it was for sure going to be a long night. The howls and screams coming from down the mountain toward the garage and RV park chilled them to the bone. Only 4 campers were down there, Chuck remembered. 3 of them were regulars. 1 weekender, no kids, he thought to himself, worried. He'd get Bill Cook and his men to come check on them when they got this all more sorted. Those howls and screams still chilled him. Chuck McGee knew that although they were chilling and unexplained so far, the wailing coming from the heavy woods higher up the trail from them was the most troubling ones. May moved in closer to Chuck and added her thoughts to his like she could read his mind. "Charles, they haven't been this vocal in quite a while. I can tell you I don't like the feeling it's given me. I left out 2 of my finest apple and peach pies today on that Given Rock out back. They lay there untouched still. That never happens. The female always comes by and takes those. Usually leaves a little something behind, too, like that time she left that pretty root that looked like a walking stick, or that black shiny rock that looked like an obsidian. Never happens. Those pies would sit out there all day on that rock. Just never, Charles." Chuck nodded in agreement with his wife of 40-plus years. They indeed could be close to being able to read each other's minds by now, the way most couples married for that long could do. "You read my thoughts, May," Chuck stated. "The Squatch is definitely unsettled tonight. It sure doesn't like something going on down there." He gestured down the dirt trail that led past Perkins' garage, the dead children's playground, and the few homes along the way down to the highway at the base of Montesano Mountain. That long, winding road that led to civilization and any help they may need tonight. Dave overheard some of this conversation. He hadn't known the McGees long, but their opening up like this after seeming to be one of the no-nonsense kind of people on his arrival was throwing Dave more than the information he was overhearing. Dave ran a hand over his mouth and chin, felt the bit of growth there from his no-shave vacation, and now looked at Joe Parker, who he had grown to trust this long day of events. "Are you seriously telling me we're talking about a Bigfoot here? I mean, really, Joe. A damn Bigfoot?" Joe Parker wiped a palm down his face, too, as if to think on this one a second, slowly nodded, and added, "Yes, Dave, I think we are." He looked down at the ground a moment like he could find his words there, and he tagged this last bit on. "I can't explain it, Dave, but I saw one about 2 years ago, up here. I'd like to say I was scared, because I think that would make it sound saner in a way. But I wasn't. I actually felt sorry for the creature, like it was the one that was scared." Dave tried hard to take all this in. Who was he to discount anything at this point, he thought to himself, and he listened. Joe continued. "I was on a search for a missing hiker out here, there in the deeper woods past the trails. I have been told by Jake the shaman that there are portals out there too. I know, I sound crazy, But listen. He says some split open, quite like the atmosphere just opens, like a door. And others, he says, almost seem like a watery mirror. I didn't believe it at all, just like you now, till one day, Bubba and I and a couple of the boys from the station were looking for a lost hiker and his dog. I took to going off the main trail and was searching out where a sinkhole had opened. Just a fall in the ground, really. Dirt settling happens all the time here, but people can fall in 'em quick. No tell how deep it will be either. So I was headed that way, and the air changed. It seemed like all the sound just stopped. Joe looked as if he was talking to nothing and everything at once as he stared ahead and into the woods, and he continued. The birds stopped singing. Even my steps in the leaves and on sticks seemed to be muffled somehow, like the sound was heavy and just fell instead of ringing out like normal. I kept walking forward, and I noticed in front of me was a place just above the ground and a bit taller than me that looked different somehow, like you were looking down through the surface of a pool down to the bottom. I took one step, and my foot went through it. It just disappeared. Dave, it just disappeared. I quickly pulled it back, but my wondering got ahead of me, and I put my foot in it again, and it did the same, just disappeared. I couldn't help myself and slowly stuck my hand in, and yes, it disappeared too, right up to my elbow. I moved it around, and it felt the same through there, a little colder, but the same really. I got scared something might grab it, so I quickly pulled it out and backed away from it fast. It shook me for sure, but I continued the search in another area. I held that information till I could see Jake. He explained it was a portal into another dimension. I was shocked, yes, but I saw it, Dave. I saw it. I don't pretend to understand it at all. Jake said things come and go through them, and have since time began. Anytime someone goes missing up here, I have to wonder if they stumbled into one of those portal things and just continued their life in another place, not knowing where they were or how to get back. Like all those people missing in national parks you hear about lately. There have been so many that left without a trace. It's possible. Joe turned his head and looked at Dave with eyes searching for some understanding. Jake says there are beings that use those to come here, hunt food, help other creatures here, and go on back to their dimension. Again, like it was us, going to a Walmart. Seems some of these kinds of mirror-like portals just pop up for a bit and then disappear and come out somewhere else. So, my friend, two things. One, I could never find that place where my foot went through again. And two, I discount nothing. My idea of reality has shifted quite a bit since I have become friends with these folks in this beautiful land up here. Joe looked toward the darkness of the woods, into the shadow of the trees back by moonlight. Those Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever you call them, they're out there, Dave. And it was theirs before we got here. Man, I think it just may be theirs long after we're gone. He made a thoughtful pause. Dave somehow understood. Dave was looking into the vastness of the wooded landscape now, too. My God, what are we in the middle of here, Dave thought. Chuck chimed in as he stepped next to the two men. We got ourselves a war going on around us tonight, and the only thing we can do is stay out of the way and keep these people in the cabin safe tonight. I'm grateful you boys are here. If you have any more firepower back at your cabins, I'd say now's a good time to fetch 'em up. I'm calling Sheriff Cook and telling him what we heard. Those screams were not good. And I'll call on the radio to the boys I have on wheels out there in the trails. And I'll tell them to keep their heads up and keep us posted. We'll hold fort here at the fire and try to get a jump on anything that might come out of the woods. We will have a mostly clear view to protect the road to the cabins and here on the lodge. Cabins are set high on a cliff outlook. I believe whatever is down that road will come up this way. I have a shotgun and some ammo back at my cabin, Dave said. Chuck nodded. Good. Both you men go get anything you brought, Deputy, and if you wouldn't mind, give a look around the other cabins as you go. Stay close. Don't split up, and we will all meet back here. Joe Parker and Dave Weaver agreed. Rage sat among them, listening intently, and the three were now a team of sorts. They also agreed with Chuck on all aspects of how tonight may go. Keep this to yourself, though, boys. I do not want to alert the campers unless it is necessary. Having panicky people running every which way won't help matters any. Dave couldn't help but add this too in a whisper of disbelief. Chuck, a Bigfoot? Really? His face almost pleaded with the older man to say it was all a joke of some kind. He did not get his wish. Chuck McGee was worried bringing more people into the secrets of this mountain, but circumstances were as they were. So he just took off his hat, looked down at his well-worn brown boot, kicked a bit at the dirt, and looked back at Dave and Joe. Well, more things in heaven and earth, boys. Placed his hat back on his head and added, now go get those firearms and be mindful and hurry. Joe and Dave and of course Rage headed down the dirt road toward both their cabins to retrieve their weapons, some warmer gear, and to have a look around. Chuck watched them walk up the trail and looked deep into the woodline that bookended their walk, looked up to the starry night sky and asked no one, and everyone at once in a low whisper, just hold it off a bit if you can, and be with us when it comes. An owl answered back. Who indeed, Chuck whispered back, and shotgun in hand, walked back to the fire. Chuck looked at George, Greta, and May in the campfire light, and winced at how close they were to the tree line. He darted his eyes over the branches lit by the moon, and between the trees that stood like soldiers in the night. Where would it come from, he thought to himself, the trouble? Would it be coming from above? At ground level? All at once? Or in waves? He had no idea. He heard the wailing of the Squatch's conversation from higher up the peak, and he knew they had an idea, and he knew who they might be calling to help. This gave him a shudder as he got closer to his friend. He put on a brave face as they turned to him, and he offered a little comfort. One step at a time, we will take it as it comes. We will make 2 posts, one here at the fire. It's a good observation point. With the cliff beyond that rock wall, there's only one blind spot off the store's side. You ladies post in the lodge for now. I will go get Tom to sit guard with you. Joe and Dave will stay out here with me and George. Hope I can get the sheriff to come too. Rage will be an added benefit to the group. He will know when something's coming way before we do. He nodded at George, and George tipped his head in agreement, and Chuck added, no one separates more than that, till we know what we have here. May, we are going to need some strong black coffee, and it's time. Chuck winked at May, and May smiled back and nodded. Come on, Greta, let's check those doors and start that coffee. The ladies went back in together through the back door, and May locked and checked it twice. First things first, Greta, May said as she motioned Greta to follow her. Greta followed May into Charles McGee's office and walked up to a large antique grandfather clock. May noticed it displayed the wrong time as May pulled on the door on the front of the handsome piece and wondered if she was going to reset it or something similar. This was Charles's mama's clock. It was her mom's before that, May explained. She no longer keeps good time, but she keeps good secrets. May reached in and pulled out a Stoger 12-gauge coach gun, and then another, one in a stained brown wood grain. She handed to Greta. "Here you go, hon. It's time, Chuck says." And she patted the stock of the black one with a buckshot ammo holder, and it was packed full. "This one is mine. We're going to keep these close tonight. Those times you shot cans with your daddy when you were a girl may come in handy tonight." May smiled and reached down into the deep part of the grandfather clock and got out an extra box of ammo. Greta smiled and added, "It has been a while for sure, May, but if what we heard howling comes prowling around, I will remember right quick." May smiled and patted her friend's arm. "That's a girl. Now to the coffee." As Joe, Dave, and Rage walked past the cabins, they kept an eye out for sure. The shadows played in the trees, and darkness was not giving up her secrets easily. They walked on to Dave's cabin first, and on the porch of cabin number 20 were the smiling, glowing faces of the jack-o'-lanterns they saw the young girl carving earlier. The flickering light from a fireplace danced in the cabin windows, and Dave thought it looked warm and safe inside, and he hoped the young kids were playing cards, or Uno, or poker for all he cared, as long as all was well. Inside that very cabin, there was a bit more than a card game going on. "Billy Ray, I think you should have brought more batteries. Last time, they drained so fast we lost the best recordings when Aunt Rose got that poor ghost guy to answer her." Billy Ray, who now preferred to be called Will in his late teens, but let his sister Carney get away with the Billy Ray she had always called him, smiled now. "I did. I have more in the car, Carney. I'm always thinking ahead. I don't want to bring 'em in till I need them, or they might get drained too." "Oh," Carney smiled back. "Good call." She wrinkled her nose and popped her gum, like an exclamation point. Pop! Carney was excited. Since the last time they were here on the mountain, she and her family had researched the history around the area for days, searching libraries, city hall records, the internet, and more. The research included strange things, like the disappearances of hunters and hikers through the years, and odd things going on in the woods, and recently around the cabins. The dead children's playground interested her the most, though. The stories of strange things happening there were many. Those poor kids, dead for how long, that swung on the swings in the dark of night, just gave her shudders. Why would they stay? Maybe they were just having fun, sure, coming back to a place they were familiar with. It was a solid theory. But that theory didn't sit well with her somehow, and she made it her business to find out more on the subject. They found out a few things about the start of the cabin campsite, more on the caves and land and the indigenous people who came before. There was a legend she was intrigued by, something about the area of the land past that site. It seemed even animals didn't want to live there, and only certain trees would grow there too. She had read some natives said it was dead earth, and people should not go there, live there, or have anything to do with it at all. There were tales of odd animals being seen around here, and yes, there were stories of Bigfoot sightings, odd light anomalies, even a UFO sighting by a man hunting up here in the 1940s. One news clipping said he went home screaming that the war was starting up again and the enemy was invading. Sounded funny when you read it, but her Uncle Clay said those times during the war were pretty cringy for people to live through here, and that the actual enemy got a lot closer in places like California and the East Coast too than the government ever admitted. So why not? The young girl shrugged. Uncle Clay had also added another article on the incident. It stated that that same night many people in this area reported their cars just stopping in the road, their batteries draining just like Billy Ray's camera batteries. Radios in homes in the area either went out or changed stations back and forth. People called into their local radio station and reported animals acting funny, breaking out of their pens and barns, that they saw odd lights in the sky that made a whirring noise that made their horses go nuts. A lady had called in and said her cake fell, and that never happened to her. Carney laughed at this now, just like she had when her uncle had read it the first time. She didn't get it completely, but it sounded funny just the same. People saw all these odd lights in the sky, and those that had electricity out here lost it for days. No explanation was given in the article. They found other things too, and they wanted to present them to the owners, the McGees, let them know things that they had found out, but they needed more. Something that tied these events into the history, maybe. Uncle Clay told her that people sometimes need to see a lot of evidence before believing a smidgen of it. She thought this was true, and planned on getting more tonight if she could. But that playground, though, she thought again and shuddered a bit. It just had an energy that seemed to cry out for help. Her aunt had told her to be cautious of that, because something there made her feel like it was a trap of some sort. Aunt Rose, who was a great teacher, as well as a wonderful medium, had helped Carney better understand her own gifts, and Carney's was taking her to new levels every day. Uncle Clay had his own abilities too, and was one heck of an historian, and a good analytical thinker. And last but not least, her lanky brother rounded off the little team of sorts with his tech knowledge, and was quite the photographer. Billy Ray was not only an awesome photographer, but was learning about the equipment that could help them better understand the things going on in an investigation they were on, and got some great evidence last time they were here. If the darn batteries had not all gone dead so fast, they could have gotten more to show the owners. Carney, come sit, girl. We have to do our meditation and protections. Aunt Rose called to her niece from the little table they had set up in the room. And spit out that gum, young lady. We have work to do. She added a smile to this. Carney just loved her aunt, and she had been wonderful to her since her parents had passed on years ago. Aunt Rose sat with her hands on the table, palms up, her lettered cloth and pendulum lit with a single white candle burning in front of her. Uncle Clay sat across from her in the same manner, and now spoke in a low voice to his wife. I hope that poor man gets through again. I truly feel for him, Rose. Rose smiled. Me too, Clay. And that young girl, too. There's something strange going on here. The energy has many layers. Perhaps we can get to the bottom of it tonight. Clay agreed with a nod and closed his eyes again, saying his silent prayers for what Rose called good vibes and protections. Will finished his setup as the other three sat around the table saying their opening prayers and turned off the overhead lights. The room fell to dancing flames of the fireplace and the single candle's glow. George, Chuck called over to his friend. This isn't going to be a good night. I can feel it in my bones. We need to keep everyone close. Let's run in the store, help Tom to lock up the shop, and let him know we could use his help to cover the lodge inside. He's one heck of a shot, as I recall, George remembered. From that time we all were up the trail. Got that poacher's hand just right, knocked the gun right out of it, saved that black bear cub. That was something to see. One heck of a shot. Sure was, George. He's a good man. I got to get Sheriff Cook and the boys back up here, too. Gonna be a hell of a night, George. George agreed, and they headed on their way. Tom, being a regular up here, didn't need a lot of explanation. He helped the men lock up the little general store and reached in deep on a shelf, pulled out a shotgun, checked it, and handed it to George. Grabbed the .357 Chuck had in the cubbyhole by the register. Easing into a calm, protective mode, Tom tucked the revolver into his waistband of his faded jeans, pulled his shirt tail over it. I just bet May has some good pie in that kitchen of hers. He smiled at Chuck. I think I'll go check and tell a story or two. Sounds good, Chuck smiled back. Keep a good eye out and save us a piece for when this is all over. Tom nodded and headed toward the lodge office. Chuck and George headed back toward the fire to keep a lookout there. Tater rounded the corner and met the men as they made their way back from the little general store. His golf cart kicked up dust as he did, and he was so shook up he almost hit George. Mr. McGee! Mr. McGee! Tater almost fell getting out on his feet. Oh, my God, it was terrible. The screaming. Did you hear it? Tater was shook for sure, and the men could see it aplenty. Are you all right, Tater? Were you there? What happened? Chuck asked. Tater spoke in jumbled sentences all at once. I heard her laughing at the playground. Jeb didn't show up. Something big is growling down at the garage. Oh, I'm so sorry. Tater just fell apart right there. George and Chuck did their best to unravel the words. George stepped up to grab the big man's arm. He was sure he was going to faint. Come sit down before you fall, Tater. The men walked him to the fire and sat him down in Chuck's deluxe camper's chair. Chuck asked him to catch his breath and then explain what he saw. Tater wipes dirty tears away from his eyes as he sobs out how sorry he was. I gotta tell it. It was my fault. Chuck was confused. Tater, I'm sure we can help if you just tell us. What did you see down there? Tater explained about Jeb never coming back for a big job they had. Having to stay down there after dark, getting stuck. The swings and that merry-go-round all started going on their own. I heard kids laughing. Then on the way up, hear screaming and a big growling, howling sound. Yes, Tater, we heard that howling too, and the scream. I didn't hear any kids, though. George tried to comfort the big man. It's my fault. I lied to Mr. McGee. I was so mad, jealous. I just wanted to scare some folk so they wouldn't stay so much. Thought I could buy a piece of the cabins from you. If this place lost money, you'd want to sell it. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Now it's after me. Chuck was confused now, but good. Buy a piece of the cabins. Tater, I don't understand. Tater wipes more tears and stands up. Look. He marched over to the golf cart, lifted the back trunk, and pulled out a large, black, gooey-looking thing. He carried it over toward George and Chuck and threw it to the ground. It was me. It was me scaring those people. I did it. On the ground, before Chuck and George, was what looked to Chuck like the largest ghillie suit he'd ever seen, soaked black with some kind of muck. George's eyes got wide, and he reached out and touched the garment, rubbed it with his fingers, sniffed the blackness there, and said, motor oil. Dirty motor oil. Chuck's eyes widened now. Motor oil? Tater tried to explain. I'm sorry for scaring those people. I know. Sobs. I was so mad at my daddy not making me part of the partners here. He said I was dumb and trusted you. Sobbed some more. I just wanted to slow down business and maybe buy some of it off'n you. You're gonna be so mad. I'm so sorry. Chuck looked at George and smiled. Tater, I can't say that I understand all this, but I think it's best we get you inside. Let's go see May and get some pie. Try and sort this out a bit later. What do you say? Tater nodded, and they all went into the lodge, explained what they could to May and Greta, and Chuck left the others consoling Tater in the kitchen, and made his way to his office to call the sheriff. Deep in the woods, the pack waited for their leader. One of them was badly burned and sat licking at its scorched fur and burning skin. The other sat near the food provided by their wise one and looked into the darkness. When the leader emerged through the trees, he stood before his injured friend and found its eyes with his own. He touched at the burned place along its legs. He could still hunt. Of use, he thought. If not, he would have to take him. If he was weak. He touched the wounded one's head and thought to take him now. Less to feed, less to care for. He could hear the wails of the wood beast higher up this mountain. He knew they would fight for their territory too. Oh, they would fight. How many intruders were among them? They had the fierce weapons, ones that blew fire and hot metal. No. He would spare this one for now. if for nothing else, as bait to draw one of his foe to its end. He ran his claws down his face gently, as he had done to the intruder, and turned away for now. The other let out a slow howl into the night, as if in agreement, and the three beasts walked together into the thickness of the woods, dragging the headless body of Jebediah Perkins with them. Deputy Joe Parker grabbed his radio and extra ammo. While he was there, he tried to get through to Nan at dispatch, but the signal was too weak. He hoped Chuck had gotten through on the landline. The men then walked over to Dave's cabin and got his shotgun and a warmer coat. "I'm grabbing a couple of waters. Anything else you can think of, Joe?" Joe Perkins was looking at the tackle box again, in remembrance of earlier that day, and a shudder ran down his spine. "A bit of luck, I'd say." Dave agreed and grabbed a can of Rage's food and stuck it in a pocket of his jacket, thinking this could well be a long night. "Let's roll, then." Tater sat at May's kitchen table. He was settling down a bit. Greta patted his hand as he recalled the playground and the unexplained movement of the playground's equipment that scared him so. It was hard enough for Tater to understand things that made some sense to him. Things of the bizarre nature and unexplained were a bit tougher on him. "Some things we just can't explain, Tater." Greta tried to console him. "I can tell you from my experience, I have seen such things too. You are not alone in this." May sat down and slid a piece of apple pie and a glass of milk in front of Tater. "It's not cherry pie, Tater Daniels, but it's good comfort food just the same." May smiled at him, and Tater just felt worse. "I don't deserve it, Mrs. McGee. I'm a liar and a bad friend." He sniffled like a small child who got caught cheating on a test. George leaned in and spoke softly to the shaking man. "Can you tell us what you meant about scaring people here, Tater?" George was careful and kind. "I did it. I soaked that suit I got from Donny Markham in the oil from the changes I did at the garage. He had it for hunting. It's a sniper's uniform." George nodded to Tom as if they both understood at the same time. Tom nodded back in agreement and listened in, and felt so bad for this big man that in so many ways was still so childlike. "Yes, a ghillie suit. Go on," George said. Tater took a forkful of pie and seemed to think. "Yes, that's it. It was big enough for me, so I thought it up. There's those stories about people seeing a black thing run through the wood. Word tells it, they call it a shadow person. And then there's that story of that black thing that goes haunting the riverbank sometimes." So I got to thinking, and I got the idea. I tried to scare 'em in the shower. I didn't think they'd see me good there, or in a window, or real early in the mornings. I didn't want to hurt nobody. I didn't go by the river. I was afraid I'd get shot. Tater reached for the milk, and the other three at the table looked at each other as if they tried to unravel all this. Tater, you did this to scare people? I don't understand. May coaxed information from him and genuinely tried to understand it all. Yes, I thought I could make them not come. I could maybe buy this place if you lost money on it, or be a partner if no one came for a while. Maybe you'd let me be a part. Tater started to cry again now. He was so sad to have to bring all this up. He was ashamed of himself for sure. He only had Jeb and Skeet to talk to since old Bob died, and he felt like a dam had opened up now. You are a part, Tater Daniels, a big part, May said. My daddy didn't trust me, though. He said so in his will. He trusted you and Mr. McGee, but not me. May sat back now and smiled a bit at the man. She was getting the idea here. You settle down now, Tater. I understand now. No one was hurt, but you could have been. You just need to know you could have talked with us, so we could explain all this more. May patted his hand and added, Tater, when we have more time, Chuck will sit down with you and explain more about all this. But you were trusted, as you put it, to us. But it was because your dad thought so much of you, and so do we. The trust the lawyer spoke of means a trust, money, and land held for you, Tater. You are a partner here. Tater blinked through reddened eyes, and a slight glow of amazement replaced his sorrow. I am? Yes, Tater, hon. May patted his hand again. You are a very important part of this place and a dear, dear friend. We have to focus on keeping things safe here tonight for now. We can talk more later. You stay close to Tom, okay? Tater smiled, doing his best to settle all the words in the right places. His mind just spun now. Eat your pie and stay here with us. There's trouble out there tonight, and we could use your help, okay? We can explain better later, but for now, we need everyone safe. Tater sat straight up and felt better being needed. May nodded to Greta and George to keep an eye on Tater, and George nodded back. May started to get up when George spoke up. When did you last see Jeb today, Tater? Tater thought, and at this point was way too scrambled to remember lies. I took him to the backside trail behind the blue trail. He said he'd come to the garage, but he didn't come. I waited. I finished that big job, too. But he didn't show, and I got scared, and I left. May added, When was that, Tater? The big man answered with a mouthful of pie. It was this morning, early, after that big bang happened. What was that? Did you all hear it too? May answered, We sure did. But I'll let George tell you about that. I'm going to check on Charles. Okay? May got up, grabbed her shotgun, and walked down the hall toward Charles and his office, checking window locks and doors along the way. Greta asked Tater to describe the playground's events. There was something that just had her intuition up. The big man explained again all about the swings that swung on their own, the wind that screamed, and of course, the eerie laughter of a young girl he couldn't see.
Dear spirits, as plenty as the stars above, as bright as the moonlight is our love. Radiate our inner lights and protect us all that gather tonight. As we light the candle, may you bless this sacred space. Let its flame radiate love and protection from negativity. Put love in its place. With a bath of white light may it be cleansed, and bring forth our guides, ancestors, and friends. Archangel Michael, defend us in battle, and protect us from evil. May God rebuke it, we humbly pray. Amen. So may it be.
Rose held the hands of her niece Carney, her nephew Will, and her husband Clay. They all spoke their hearts as they filled the room with their light and good intentions. They all had their own rituals they did before any investigation or communication from spirit, but this one they did together, every time. Rose held her pendulum out in front of her and steadied it straight with the other hand. The pink glow of the rose quartz pointed gemstone hung motionless. If you are with us, Spirit, can you show me your motion for yes? Slowly, the pendulum started to move and to make a circle movement. Small circles at first, then the pink point started to circle out wider and wider, around and around. Rose caught it with her free hand and steadied it straight again. Thank you, Spirit. Can you show me your no, please? Carney's hair began to stand up on her arms as if someone invisible was moving one of those static electricity plasma balls up her arms. She could feel the energy in the room intensify, and she shallowed her breathing and listened with her mind for any thoughts she could pick up now. The pendulum swung way out to the left, and then back to the right, and repeated it. Rose again thanked the spirit and steadied the pendulum to stillness. I recognize your energy. Could you be the man that came to us last time? The pendulum swung itself out way to the right and started to circle, like the old swing rides from the 1960s county fair. Round and round it flew into a pink blur, stretched to the chain's limit, and pulled from Rose's grip. The pendulum flew across the room and landed on the brown leather sofa. Carney jumped back in her chair, and Will snapped pictures in rapid succession. No one said a word. The room settled quiet again. Rose calmly laid her hands down on the table, palms up, and said, "Okay, let's try this your way." Rose almost immediately started receiving pictures and broken sentences in her mind. The medium did her best to gather the thoughts coming to her in waves now. A flash of a man in murky water drowning slowly. A stream of his blood raced above him and followed the water over the rocks. Bits and pieces flew through Rose's mind as she tried her best to slow them. Another quick flash of a struggle, a big man in fishing waders. She could not see his face. Blood seemed to soak his once white thermal long john shirt as a tall, thin man hit him over and over in the head with a rock. His face she saw, and she wished she didn't. The tall man hitting the other looked dirty and unkempt. His long, black, stringy hair hung in his face, a face that seemed to reveal his inner self. It looked almost like the face of a rat. His features were fading in and out from a human appearance and then changed to tightening into that of a huge rat with beady, sunken eyes. Then back again. Rose did not understand. The energy that came from this man was so dark it made her shudder. That scene pulled away in her mind and floated quickly to another, the big man under the water again, unconscious and fighting his last as his life essence left him. Rose startled as he flashed open one eye and seemed to look right at her in her mind's vision. The others in the room only saw Rose's body jump and kept their hold on each other's hands. Rose heard the man speak to her in a faraway tone. "Look up. Danger." His voice carried off as if it too was carried away on the water following his life's blood. Through the water she saw for herself something standing beyond the water, on the bank of the river, the ripples of the muddy water barely allowing its shape. Rose leaned in and focused. "Show me," she whispered aloud, and the water cleared enough to reveal a small girl in a dress, young, maybe 8, she questioned herself. The girl seemed also to look right at her and smiled a sinister smile that sent a chill up Rose's spine. "This is no girl," she spoke to herself. She reached in deep to those who guided her and grabbed a bit more strength. "Show me." Rose's voice came out strong and steady. The girl seemed to jump and twitch through the ripples of the water. "You reveal yourself to me." The vision of the girl waved in and out of focus, and all at once a black horror pushed its way to the surface, its claw-like hands reaching toward her in her mind. A black skull thing snaked out of the space where the girl once stood and stretched tall toward the trees. Its dark skin pulled across its bones as it moved. In one move it swept around and leaned over the bank of the river and the dead man's body and turned its face toward Rose's. It found her mind's eye with its own, then beamed at her with a red glare that was so piercing she lurched back in her seat. It opened its mouth in a screech that hurt her very core and revealed a mouthful of rows and rows of sharpened teeth. To Rose, its breath smelled like ancient death, and she squeezed the hands of Clay and Carney tight. Rose's chest got tight, and it felt as though something was squeezing her heart in its hand. It spoke only one thing in an echoey, snake-like hiss. "Tell them not to come," and blew a gust of air filled with its stench at Rose. Rose pulled back in her chair and held on tight. The others in the room saw her lurch backward, and it looked like a strong wind was about to blow her out of her chair. The vision left Rose as soon as it came, and all at once the wind stopped, and she tumbled forward against the table. She sat up and looked at Clay. I'm okay, she promised, reached up with one hand and fixed her hair away from her face and grabbed Clay's hand again. Will sat unmoved beside them with a small recorder, a camera around his neck, and kept his eye on a video camera on the tripod next to him. Rose looked toward him, and he motioned with his eyes to Carney. Rose focused on her niece, who was having her own conversation with someone and seemed to be unaware of Rose's experience. She sincerely hoped it was not the thing on the riverbank. Carney spoke out in low, even tones. "Please come speak to us and tell us what you need us to know. You are not at rest. How can we help you?" Will watched the small recorder in the room around him. Carney always gave a long pause between questions so as not to speak over anything that may come over the recorder. Will knew this and waited. Then checked the tape. Carney's voice came through loud and clear, and then silence. Carney sat with her eyes closed and concentrated, then tried again and repeated the question. "Is there anything you wish to tell us? Can we help in some way? We are here to help." They waited, and Will rewound the tape. The tape played back, and one word came through from an unseen source. "Danger," and a small child's laughter. Sheriff Cook was already on his way up the winding road toward the cabins. Someone had called into the station and reported hearing a blood-curdling scream coming from by the garage. Bill Cook had Nan call up there, and no one answered. The sheriff was already on high alert because of Hell Night and all it brought with it. But there was something else in the air. He just knew a special kind of trouble was brewing. Sheriff Bill Cook hadn't even made it back to the station from this morning's events. If he was going back up there, he wasn't going without a special kind of backup. He had met his dear friend Gray Cloud, and both Crow and old Jake were with him when he showed up at the turn to the mountain road. They too had felt warning in the wind, Crow had said. "Well, my friends, let's hope we can catch it before it gets too out of hand." Cook placed a roadblock with a few men at the first hard curve on the road before the garage, and left hard orders for no one to pass either way before letting him know first. He was going to get to the bottom of this mess before it got worse. It was already bad, and he could actually feel it. Cook rode with Bubba the rest of the way up the mountain. Poor Bubba was tired, but asked to see it through with him tonight. Sheriff Bill felt Bubba knowing was enough and didn't want to get any new eyes on whatever awaited them further up, and Bubba was a trusted friend too. That Gray Wolf sat next to Crow as he drove his old Ford. A turkey feather hung from its rearview mirror, and it swayed to Crow, singing a prayer song as he took the turns. Jake sat in the back and chanted his spirit song. His mind was already in battle with the energies that lay in wait. Gray Wolf watched the tree line as they rode and whispered, "Great Spirit, be with us tonight." Chuck was just hanging up the phone when May walked in. "Bill and Bubba are both on their way up. They have Gray Wolf, Crow, and Jake with them," Chuck said to her as she sat down in the big chair across from him, shotgun on her lap. May let out a sigh of relief. "Whew, that sure puts me calmer, Charles. It's going to take us all tonight, I believe. I can feel it. You?" "Sure can, and then some. You keep that near you at all times." Chuck pointed the shotgun in her lap and continued, "Don't hesitate one bit, not one bit. You hear me?" Concern washed over his face now, and she reassured him. "I promise, Charles. We will get it set right. Something awful has got everything stirred up." She smiled at her husband. They had seen so much here over the years, and now she hoped her words would hold true. "Well, stirred up or not, you shoot to kill. Hear me? I know how you feel about these beings out here. I understand. But all said and done, they're wild. Remember that. There's something in the air, May. Something foul. It's just way off." May looked down and nodded. She knew too. Chuck stood up, looked out the window, the full moon just peeking through the trees. "You know what happens, May. Hell!" He slapped his leg. "Those mean ones are going to come through if the regulars out here keep wailing like this. It's going to get ugly fast. I don't like them at all, May. They are more like warriors, protectors of those others. Those howls coming from down the mountain, if it's what I saw, what Greta and... Oh, Lord, I can't believe I'm saying this. Bob's ghost warned us of. We have got ourselves a hell of a night ahead, a hell of a night. And dang, if it ain't a full moon. We will get through it, Charles. Help's coming." May got up now, walked toward Chuck, somehow looking out of kilter in her apron, pretty house dress and calico, and a shotgun at her side, but no doubt a pillar of strength to her husband of so many years. She placed a hand on Chuck's shoulder. "We are all ready to go in here. I will get you a fresh thermos and send the boys in when they get here for coffee if they need. If those scary ones come through, Chuck," she added with concern, "let Jake handle it. They scare me too." Chuck nodded, and they both made their way to their posts for the evening. Sheriff Cook noticed a small stream of smoke coming from the back of the garage as they rounded the curve in the road. "Fire, Danker! What next?" He grabbed up the radio mic and started to call it in, when a closer look made him hold a moment. It looked like it was in the junkyard and not at the building at all. Bubba turned into the Perkins garage. The sound of gravel almost startled both of the lawmen out of their thoughts. "Roll quiet, Bubba. No telling what the hell's going on here." Bill Cook put the mic receiver back on the hook, and Sheriff Cook pulled down the brim of his hat and readied himself. Crow pulled in right behind them and rolled to a stop. Jake was the first one out of the truck, never even closing the door on the Ford's King cab. He just walked silently toward the building and almost seemed to do all of it with his eyes closed, hands splayed outward to his side, as if he to feel the air as he moved. Crow and Gray Wolf followed close behind him, their eyes more on the tree line and the building. Gray Wolf had a tanned leather bag in his hands and sprinkled something from it as he walked. Crow had a turtle rattle in one hand, and he lightly shook it as they walked and chanted almost in a whisper as they did. These were the weapons of war, tried and true. Cook and Danker left their doors ajar too, both with their versions of weapons of war: the car's fire extinguisher, flashlights, and high-powered rifles. The group walked slowly. Cook held up his hand for Jake and his group to hold there, then to Bubba to go around to the left, and Bill took the right of the building, looking in the side window as he did, to a bare light bulb hanging from the lift that lit an empty lift bay. He shined in the flashlight's beams and saw nothing inside but Jeb's toolbox and an empty garage. He watched as Bubba disappeared around a corner, and he continued around his. The junk cars and equipment were lit mostly by the moon, and an old spotlight off the back door that threw shadows among the rusted hulls of cars and pickups that had rode their last. Bill Cook focused on the stream of black smoke as he eased his way around the junkers and tall weeds. Bubba's flashlight beam came into view, and Bill waited to catch Deputy Danker's attention, and then nodded toward what looked like a brush fire that had almost put itself out when it had crawled its way to the sand of the playground's fence. Bubba quick pulled the pin on his second extinguisher of that day and pulled out what little was left of the embers there. Sheriff Cook sniffed the air and asked, "Do you smell gas, Bubba?" and showed his beam to the blackened spot at their feet. "Sure do," Bubba answered. "And look here." He moved his flashlight along the burned trail. "That look like blood to you?" Cook bent down and touched at the grass, and a thick red spread over his fingers as he pulled it away. He spread across it with his thumb. "Damned if it isn't, Bubba. We got us another crime scene here." He stood up, and they both surveyed their surroundings with their lights and barrels of their weapons, both looking into nearby beds of trucks and under vehicles. "There's more. Look here, Sheriff." Bubba pointed to a tailgate of an old faded red Chevy truck. The blood glinted bright red along its side. "Hell, Bubba, that's a lot of blood." He moved up closer. "That's gotta be an arterial gush. Shh. Angle of impact shows it had to be coming from, well..." He stopped, stood up, stepped back, and held his hand above his head. "Oh, hell, Bubba, higher than me." They both looked up to nothing there. No tree, or anyway someone that tall lost an arm or a leg. Bill tipped his hat back and scratched his chin. "Where's the damn body, Deputy? That much blood? Some bitch didn't walk away." Bubba looked around. "The blood stops here, Sheriff," and pointed at the sand. Shined his light through the fence and picked up drag marks starting about 10 feet into the playground. They both looked at each other and walked up to get a closer look. They followed the drag impressions with their lights. There was more blood further away, and something else. "What the hell?" Sheriff Cook whispered as he focused on a huge imprint about 10 feet in from the fence. "What in the actual hell is that, Danker?" Bubba focused in now, too, on what looked like a wolf track. "You seeing what I'm seeing, Deputy?" Bubba did. He didn't believe it, but he saw it. I do, Sheriff. If that's a wolf track, damn thing is huge." "That's putting it mildly, Bubba. Damn thing would have to be as big as you." Bubba hated it, but he shuddered at this, because he knew the sheriff was right. You think a wolf did this, Sheriff?" The sheriff shined his light beam as far as it would reach, past the old rickety merry-go-round, the one they found that woman spinning around on a couple years back, past the swings that he was often told swung on their own, when there was no wind at all, and almost to the other side where the shadows ended and where he himself felt hell began. Off where Jake and Crow had told him that the soil was sour, and the big man felt a chill run down his spine as cold as a demon's touch. I tell you, Deputy, I sure don't know. What I do know is there is no way we are going up there now. If this is human blood, they are good and dead. It may have been an animal fight. I just can't tell. Can't explain this fire at all. Gas spill? What set it off? I have no clue. I can also add we aren't going through there alone right now. We need to get up to Chuck and see if he's heard anything. Make sure everyone there is all right. We will call the boys up here, get them to rope this off, and see what's next. Get this scene analyzed and go from there. Bubba shook his head, and much happier than he'd like to admit, because he sure didn't want to go into that playground or those woods. All right, I will call it in then. Sheriff. A voice, low and strong, came from behind them, and both lawmen jumped just a bit. Bill Cook turned around to see Jake squatted down next to the truck and saw him point to just under the tailgate. Bubba showed his beam in that direction, and the light caught a bit of gold metal. Bill Cook walked over with his light and kneeled down, pulled out a Ziploc bag from his pocket, covered his hand, and reached for the object. He pulled it to the light, an open Zippo lighter covered in soot. He saw what looked like engraving under it. With a plastic-covered thumb, he rubbed across the letters there and spoke them aloud. EEP. Ezra? He whispered. Bill looked at Bubba, who was right next to him now. Didn't Jeb carry this lighter, Bubba? I think so, Sheriff. Smoked those hand-rolled buglers, he did. Sheriff looked around on the ground to see if there were any butts around. Nothing, he stated, and clicked the lighter closed in the plastic bag, zipped it shut, and put it in his pocket. You think this was an animal, Jake? He looked up toward Jake as he spoke, but Jake wasn't there. He was already at the fence, looking out at the playground and beyond. The men walked over to Jake, careful not to step on any evidence. Jake, Bill repeated, do you think this was an animal attack here? Those blood splatters look like... Bill was cut off there by the soft, strong voice coming from Jake now. This was no animal attack, Bill. What we have here is so much more. That man is dead. If you find his body, there won't be much left. You will find it in a tree nearby, probably, as a warning, if it isn't eaten completely. Bubba swallowed hard at this, and a quiet "what?" slipped out of his mouth. Oh yes, my friend, Jake added, and pointed at the track print in the sand. This is a werewolf, one from far away from his home. There are probably several. They travel in packs. If they are from where I am thinking, over many miles. They would not do this alone. Sheriff Cook took off his hat and first looked down at the print and then out at the woods beyond. What else are you getting, Jake? Bill asked quietly. Nature will fight for territory tonight. Spirits are restless and angry here. And our fight not only lies beyond those trees, but here, on this ground. There will be more who come to help. It is their path, their journey. It will be a fight of good and evil. And Bill, my friend, I know not who will win. Bubba gulped now. Jake, are you really saying a werewolf did this? Like those old movies? Bubba moved his light beam again at the track and around the woods and back again. Jake smiled, teasing now. No, my friend, that is a myth. This is real. It is a rougarou. Moved from its territory by a bad storm, Katrina is possible. It fought its way along the deep woods and mountains, slowly making its way to new ground, killing along the way for food and shelter. They would have to be cunning to make it this far unnoticed. A wailing sound echoed down to the men from higher up the mountain. Bubba gulped again and shuddered, and Jake finished. But do not worry. That one is not our fight tonight. That fight belongs to them, and pointed toward the sound and slapped Bubba on the back, smiling. Come on, Sheriff, he said, as he walked toward the garage, stepping over the burned places. There is more to do. Leave this to your men. Sheriff took one more look at the woods. What fresh hell is this? He whispered, and they all walked up to the back of the building. Gray Cloud and Crow were there, looking at Jeb's old Chevy and the claw marks there. Crow said something in Cherokee to Jake, and Jake nodded in agreement. The only word the sheriff recognized was Rougarou. Yes, I agree. The driver of this truck insulted the beast or hurt another in its pack. Sheriff Cook jumped in now. Are you saying something slashed up Jeb's truck for revenge? Crow smiled now. It always made him smile to see someone try so hard to understand some things that were just so, well, simple. Yes, this creature would not have come from hiding to do such things, unless to protect his pack, or it was challenged in some way. Animals are simple creatures. They kill for food, yes, but these are different. They know not to show themselves. It means death to their whole pack, possible extinction of their kind. This was no warning. This was an attack. It was mad. What? Bubba asked, trying to understand. It was pissed, Jake added to the conversation. Those scratch marks are deep from something very large, taller than you, Deputy Danker. Also black in color. Crow pulled out a deer antler knife from his boot and dug something from one of the deep scratches. It looked like a bit of black fur, and held it in view of the others. Bubba cringed at the sight of it. Crow added, There are also 2 empty mason jars on the passenger floor that smell of alcohol, a loaded Taurus 357 under the seat, and 47 cents on the dashboard. He handed the fur to Bubba, who stuck it into a Ziploc bag from his pocket and handed it to the sheriff, who held it to the moonlight, looked at it closer, and quickly stuck it in his pocket. Geez, Crow, you can tell all that from just touching that? Bubba was amazed. No, Deputy. Then how, Crow? Bubba pressed on. Crow smiled at his friend. I looked in the truck. Jake smiled and shook his head a bit and added, Whose truck is this? Jebediah Perkins. He runs this garage, Bill answered. And that's his lighter in your pocket? Jake asked. Grey Wolf and Crow listened intently as the sheriff answered. Sure is. I saw this truck this afternoon when I came to talk to Tater Daniels. I'd hoped it was a bear. That's one big bear for these parts, Bill. Do you not think so? Grey Wolf teased his friend. Well, boys, to be honest, I don't know what to believe right now. And juggled the flashlight and rifle in his hands to be able to wipe significant sweat off his brow and readjust his hat. I can tell you what I believe, my friend, Jake stated. This was the beginning. He pointed at the truck. And that was the finish. He pointed at the burned area with all the blood by the fence. Jebediah did something, discovered a nest, and confronted them, something to make one of them come out of hiding to seek revenge. Now they will move further up to find new ground. The energy of the fear and pain has fed something else here, I feel it. Something ancient, made it stronger, and here we are, stuck in the middle. Grey Wolf sprinkled some of the contents of his bag at their feet and added, "We have work further up the road. I suggest we move on," and started to walk around the building to the truck, and the others followed. Bill Cook asked the air a one-word question. "Ancient?" He shook it off, not wanting to dig deeper just yet. "Bubble, I will call this in. You check that front door and make sure it's secure." Bubba called back, "All right, Sheriff." And he moved faster up ahead next to Grey Wolf and Jake. "If this is a werewolf, do we need silver bullets?" Grey Wolf looked at Jake and they smiled. "No, my friend, you need this," and handed him his leather bag. Bubba took it and looked at the dried silvery substance inside and sniffed at the contents. "Woo-wee, that stinks," he said and pulled back from the bag and a quick handed it back to Grey Wolf. "What is that stuff?" "Wormwood," Grey Wolf smiled, and he and Jake laughed. "It wards off werewolves." "It does?" Bubba asked, surprised. "To a point," Crow offered now, walking with them. "Is that all you need?" the deputy continued. Crow looked thoughtfully at his younger friend. "No, you need faith, a good heart, and sometimes one of these." He tapped Bubba's rifle and smiled. Crow, Jake, and Grey Wolf spoke at their truck and waited for Bubba to check the door, and for another set of sheriff's men to come up the road and take over so they could move on and see Chuck and May at the cabins. Sheriff leaned on the roof of his vehicle and finished his instructions. "That's right, just the two of you and the medical examiner for now. Rope this off and get back down to the roadblock. This is a shit show already, and we need to keep a tight lock on things. If anyone asks, possible bear attack or cougar." Sheriff knew no one seeing this would buy that, but Bill Cook hoped it would keep people inside and safe for now, and buy some time. "I want Jim Bruce and a Stady over at the RV park to pull an all-nighter. Tell 'em stay together, keep an eye out, and check in with me every half hour. You understand?" Sheriff listened as the deputy repeated his orders. Sweat rolled down his nose, and he wiped it away, took off his hat, and laid it on the roof of his car. As the deputy finished repeating his wishes, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and ran it over his forehead and watched Bubba checking on the last window of the garage. "Yup," he added into the mic. "All tight here, as tight as can be anyway, and dang if it isn't a hot night for the end of October." Bubba overheard and added with a smile, "It's Indian summer, Sheriff." Crow looked over and said, "What's that, deputy?" Bubba felt caught in something. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean." They all laughed, and Crow added, "It's okay. Just a bit of fun, my friend." And Bubba laughed too. "Okay, son. Keep your head on a swivel. You hear me? Over." Bill smiled at the laughter as he reached in and hung the mic back up on its holder on the dashboard. Bill looked over at Bubba. "Hey, Bubba, here." And Bill Cook reached in his pocket, pulled out a fold of bills, peeled off a 5 and some 1s, and held it out toward Bubba. "They're just messing with you, son. and smiled. "Toss this in the coffee can and grab us all a cola, will you?" and nodded toward the Pepsi machine on the porch. Bubba took the money and said, "Sure, Sheriff. And make mine a root beer, will you?" Bubba nodded and made his way back up the porch. Bill Cook added, "You fellas want a cola? I'm buying." Crow said, "I do not. Thank you, though." Grey Wolf held up a hand and shook his head no, as did Jake. "Oh, I forgot, my friends. Fasting?" Jake nodded. "Ceremony started for us days ago, Sheriff." All at once, Bill Cook remembered the battle they had ahead of them and did his best to keep spirits up. "Well, okay then, Bubba. Just you and me then. Make mine 2 root beers if they're in there," he called up to Bubba. The deputy didn't answer. "Bubba, is there 2 in there?" Bill Cook waited for an answer. None came. He looked at the deputy, who seemed to be staring into the Pepsi cooler, and he thought he was taking in the cooler air as he did as a kid. "Bubba, did you hear me? We gotta go now. Boys are almost here." Bubba just stood there, his back to the sheriff, his rifle in one hand, and holding up the lid to the cooler with the other. Bill mindlessly grabbed his hat and walked toward Bubba up on the porch. "Bubba, come on now. I know the air is cool, but—" Bill stopped in mid-sentence. A thought ran across his mind. This all might be way too much on his deputy, and he quickened his step a bit. "Bubba, you all right?" Sheriff's words were cut off by Bubba speaking now in low, methodic tones. "Sheriff, I found Jeb." "What?" asked Sheriff Cook. He quickly reached Bubba and slid the rifle from his deputy's hand without even thinking, and grabbed the lid with the other, lifted it, and looked in. There, resting on the Mountain Dews, cherry colas, and Stewart root beer, was Jebediah Perkins's head staring back at Sheriff Cook. His face was frozen in an eternal scream, and his life's blood puddled among the bottles of pop. Bill Cook shuddered and slammed down the lid and grabbed Bubba. "Okay, son, let's get in the car." He moved the big man along as he spoke. "Jake, it's Jeb's head," Cook said, and he nodded toward the cooler as he helped Bubba maneuver the stairs. Jake, Gray Cloud, and Crow moved forward to help. Crow helped Bubba to the car, and the sheriff went with the other men, lifted the lid with his handkerchief, and Jake looked in and said, "I say, that fits this creature, Bill." Grey Wolf agreed and offered, "It's a warning. Must have been watching. Saw people here using this box. To him, it is an 'it's done. Do not come after me.'" Bill Cook pushed up his hat, wiped his forehead, and asked, "This thing that smart, Grey Wolf?" "Smarter," Jake answered. Sheriff Cook closed the lid as Unit Number 5 rolled up. He looked at Jake. "Are we, Jake?" He paused. "Going after him, I mean." Jake smiled at his friend. "Bill, I do not think we will have to." Bill Cook nodded and walked over to fill in the new deputies, get them to start with the front porch, the Pepsi cooler, and pour Jeb's head. When he finished there, he got in to drive Bubba this time. "Bubba, are you okay?" Bill asked, and Bubba answered. "I'm shook for sure. No lie there. But I'm good to go, Sheriff. Let's finish this." "Let's do just that, Deputy," Bill answered. "Let's do just that." And they headed up the mountain with Crow, Grey Wolf, and Jake following close behind.
Rose leaned in toward her niece now, forgetting for a moment of the drowning man and the thing that was no little girl on the riverbank. What danger? She spoke at Carney, but more through her now. Can you tell us more? How can we help you? Will held the recorder close to Carney, and Rose gave him a whispered command. Let it run. Will laid it down on the table and stood up, clicking softly, picture after picture, around the room. Rose continued. Can we help you? If we can, how? Carney coughed a bit, and her face winced and steadied. She started to speak in a low, gruffled tone. I can't leave. Must have my Susan. Death comes wanting tonight. So much danger. Not children. Not safe. The collector keeps them. The collector cannot have me. Cannot. Must fight. Susan, my love, my Susan. Danger. Tell them. Carney's head fell back and the atmosphere changed. Rose patted her niece's hand and spoke low. Carney girl, come on out. Come on out of it now. Come on back. Carney's eyelashes fluttered as she focused on her aunt. What did I say? Did he answer? He sure did. Got it all right here on video, too. Will answered excitedly and hurried to the video camera and noticed its orange battery indicator. Oh, man, the battery is dead, Will announced. Uncle Clay, check the recorder, he called over, disappointment in his voice. Clay reached for the recorder and confirmed that it, too, had 0 battery left. Every time. Will shook his head and Carney giggled at her being right. All of the last minute's events momentarily forgotten. Right now, she was just a younger sister. Okay, Carney, Will gave in. At least I got some of it and some pictures, maybe. Will sat down to go over the shots he took with his camera, and Uncle Clay and Aunt Rose filled in Carney on what came through her. Rose did her best to explain what she had seen in her vision, that there was something strong that portrayed itself as a small girl. Carney had her own details on that, too. There are other kids, though, real ones. I mean, dead, of course, but still kids. I can't explain it, but they need help. Rose assured her they would do their best, but she would feel better if they had some help. It's very strong, Carney. She left out a bit of the details of the black skull thing for now, but felt like she needed Carney to understand. It took everything my guides had to protect me tonight. Carney wrinkled her nose a bit and added her own thoughts. I get it, Auntie. I get it. But they need us. You aren't one to back away from a fight. Rose loved her spunk, but it also worried her. Carney girl, no one
is backing away. Just stepping back. There is so much going on here, right now, and more coming, I feel. We just need to get our bearings and a little help. Rose reached for her niece's hand again and squeezed it. We will do what we can. We were guided here for a reason. Those that brought us will find a way. Carney squeezed back. She knew her aunt was right, but she had zero intention of backing off. No how, no way. Okay, how about this guy? The one who spoke through me? Rose leaned back in her chair and thought. I feel he is anchored here somehow, to someone or something. I feel he was murdered close by, but he seems more focused on whatever danger is coming than his own demise. There's something else. He is protected by something strong, good energy, full of light. Carney leaned in closer and spoke almost in a whisper. Susan! Could be, Uncle Clay spoke up. If it's one thing I've learned, love is the strongest energy out there. He added a smile toward Rose, and it was returned. Rose added, Agreed. He seems so very focused on her, and it is possible their love could block that kind of darkness. I feel you are correct. Will spoke up, still going over the many pictures he had captured tonight. Anything in history here on Suzanne, Uncle Clay? Yes, there was about 10 years or so back. Seems she lived down the mountain road a bit. Married to a Robert, I believe. We can ask the McGees when we talk to them. See if it makes any sense. I'm sure you two are exhausted. How about a cool drink and a stroll down to the McGee's fire pit? I'll bet he's down there. It's still early. Sounds lovely, and it feels right somehow, Rose answered. Well, we will do it then. You bring your protection. And he smiled as he stood up. And I will bring mine. He tapped the gun in his holster under his shirt. All this talk of danger, I'm not leaving without it. Rose smiled and started to answer, but was cut off by Will jumping up. I got something! Look! The young man jumped up and ran to the others, holding out his camera toward them. They all pulled in close to see, and there, in his preview window, was a picture of them at the table, lit by candlelight. Carney seemed to be in mid-channeling, and behind her, near the wall, was a tall white glow, with a definite figure of a woman within it. You could see she was wearing a check shirt, and possibly jeans. A long ponytail of dark hair tumbled over her shoulder that ran down her left side, and she was most definitely smiling. Rose held her hand over the picture and closed her eyes. Yes, this is her. This is Susan. Rage barked a hello to Chuck and George as the trio rounded the lodge and caught sight of the two at the fire pit. Chuck leaned forward with his shotgun pointed till Joe and Dave came into view. Anything? Chuck asked. Everyone looks quiet in their cabins, Deputy Joe Parker answered. Good, George added, and they all took seats around the fire. Rage made his rounds of hellos and got a good scratch behind the ears from George. You sensed anything out here, boy? He asked the dog as matter of fact as it could be. Rage seemed to look up at the night sky and sniff the air. A slow rumble came from his throat, and he looked toward Dave. Something on the wind, boy? You stay here, close, till we know what it is. Dave gave a hand gesture, and Rage moved in close to his side and sat down, looked toward the trees behind them, and softly rumbled another growl. Chuck nodded and said, He knows too, Dave. I cannot stress enough. Lock and load. Everyone has a good vantage point from here. Just keep your eyes peeled. Joe answered him. What are we looking for, Chuck? Exactly? Dave raised an eyebrow and added his question. Bigfoots? Chuck leaned back in his chair and scanned the treetops with his eyes and answered back. Probably not. Whatever the Squatch is pissed at, I'd imagine. Dave and Joe both leaned back in their chairs and started looking at their view of the top of the trees and surrounding dark woods. There's a 1,000-foot drop-off behind here. That rock wall behind me drops down to the falls below. Be a hard climb for anything, I'd imagine. But these woods in front of me, well, it could come from anywhere. If it's coming, Chuck explained. Joe checked his weapons again and looked at Dave. Dave shrugged his shoulders and quick checked his, and noticed the headlights of a vehicle peeking in and out of the trees. Someone's coming. They all looked in the direction of his gaze, and Chuck stood up to get a better look. Lord, let it be Jake and the sheriff. He got his wish as the vehicle rounded the turn in the road, and Dave noticed there was a truck close behind. Gentlemen, Chuck smiled, the cavalry has arrived. Took off his hat and silently said, Thank you, Lord. Introductions went around the fire. Hands were shook, and thank you all for coming echoed throughout. Rage was greeted by all the newcomers, and the dog took an extra liking to Jake and Crow. This one, he knows things, Jake said, and nodded to Dave. Sheriff broke the news of Jeb's horrible ending to the men. Must have been the screaming we heard, Chuck added in. Jesus, what a way for him to go. Well, that's two today. Both of those boys were rotten to the core. But no one deserves that. Bubba, remembering Jeb's head, staring up at him, sat down near Chuck's chair and took a moment to gather himself. Jake walked to the rock wall while Crow spoke of the conclusions they had come to and the fight ahead.
Mr. Cho, are you there, my friend? Hello, everybody. Welcome to Intermission. I keep waiting for this thing to end. I don't know if I had something else after it. That's what I'm doing right now. How are y'all doing? I spent that entire time laying next to the cutest little pumpkins you've ever seen. If you got a chance to see them at the beginning of this, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, the beans on these guys know no bounds. The little feet, they ate chicken for the first time. They don't know what to do being out of a cage. They're just like, what? This is everything all at once. It's like taking two twin 6-year-olds and saying the entire Toys R Us is theirs. They can do whatever they want. You know what I mean? And they're just like, blah. They're just like spent out on the bed in there, just eating it up. So it's been a lovely evening for me, and thank you for letting me share it with you guys. So Donnie, we have a guest. Wait a minute, we had a guest. She has disappeared. Come back, Ms. Monet. There she is. Okay, let's bring her in.
Hang on 1 second.
Oh, you want to go out?
No.
You want in or out? Take your time.
Okay.
Take your time.
Okay.
Hello.
Take your time settling that beautiful tapestry, this beautiful lady. Everybody knows Lynn Monet. Thank you for spending part of your night with us, your mischief night, your All Hallows Eve, your how do you even address this evening?
Hold on 1 second.
Take your time. She's got to get her ear bobbers in, guys. Her ear bobbers. Did you guys see that in the chat? Henceforth, they are known as ear bobbers now. And I hope you guys enjoyed that chapter. Donnie, did you
Yeah, that
want to
was a
say
fun chapter.
Yeah. What was your
Yeah.
favorite scene? I don't know. It's hard to pick. Pepsi machine.
Favorite scene.
Pepsi machine. Tater's greasy ghillie suit.
I'd probably say when they found Jeb's head.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, that was creepy.
That was kind of messed up.
Lynn, this is your first time here in Cabin 22. Welcome.
Oh my gosh.
Happy hollow everything.
Happy Halloween. Oh,
Oh.
I want, it's like one of those movies that you want to watch a second time because you want to make sure that you didn't miss any details because there's just so many facets to it. It's great.
The levels. I was telling Mr. Cho, I said, I cannot wait to hear as an author, because listen, you may or may not be familiar with how I wrote this story. I'm offering this story mostly on the side of, I think there was some spiritual writing. Is that what you call it? Like you just pick up and they put thoughts in your head and you're just, you know what I mean?
Yes.
You've done this, and I would love to get your perspective looking at this story, because there were characters, Lynn, that out of nowhere, and there's thoughts, and they're deep thoughts, and man, sometimes I can't explain it.
Sometimes they say, like, even like artwork and things you've done before this lifetime, or you've done them on the other side, and this could very well be something that you've worked on in a different lifetime, with this, because it comes to you that way. And I totally agree. Once the flow starts to happen, hi, Be Kind. Hi, Vixen. Hi, everybody. I'm Aunt Edna and Tom and Blue. And
I know. Isn't it the most wonderful chat you've ever been involved?
Thank you. It is. I just love everybody. They're all so kind. And
all the bacon.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You're gonna get stuffed before you leave here.
I love bacon.
Oh gosh.
Sure. Yeah.
But I mean, thank you for the compliments, because I mean, it's just but I also wanted your perspective on the possibility of the spiritual writing. We've had famous cases before of, other people. There's been a couple things where dead authors are supposedly speaking through other people. And I mean, pages I would write.
That's the other thing I was going to say. It might be very well one of your guides that is just, that's around you, helping you with this. And you've got the voices. Oh my God. I mean, how do you do that?
I don't know.
And you keep them all clear, and you can definitely, when you change, you can differentiate and pick out who that person is. I love Tater. Tater has got to be my favorite. He's so sweet. He's just that's my favorite. And of course, Rage, the hero dog, and now we're getting into the werewolves getting part.
Did you hear the scene in the cave with little Jacob? 6-year-old little Jacob follows a rabbit into, basically, that's my homage to Follow the Rabbit Down the Rabbit Hole. If you guys didn't pick that up. And he's following him, but he's also thinking about Alice in Wonderland in a different way, in a little kid way, of the rabbit had secrets, and he had secret places and magic, and he wanted treasure, and he got in that cave and imagined, all the stories his mom, because he had a good mom, read to him, and his big brother, and he imagined even the skeleton guard, and he's practicing with the sword, and he's imagining, and the dead squirrel that's just the tip of his tail is hanging into this natural lake that's in this cave, and the bats, and he's like, cool, but he's a 6-year-old little kid who bumps into a ghost girl.
Yeah, I was going to say
Coralie.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and just turns on him, and in his little 6-year-old mind, he's thinking, just like the skull and crossbones on the pirate flag, because in his vantage
Mhm.
point, he's thinking of what, and she just hypnotically, you know what I mean? She's reading his mind, obviously. She's feeding him back his thoughts and taunting him with them, as evil will do, and I
Yes.
mean, it gets really scary there, you
Hmm.
know?
And manipulating him too at certain points where, he didn't want to do something and then she kind of coerced him into doing it, type thing about being don't be like that he's being a baby or whatever. But yeah, this would make an amazing movie or a series. It's just
Miniseries, I think, yeah.
yeah,
Steve
there's
wants to work on it. He wants to do the screenplay for it because he knows people in Vegas and all this other, Steve's got irons in every fire. You know what I mean? He's been around. And he's met the right people. So, but anyway, yeah, I think it would too. And don't think I haven't thought about different actors and stuff like that because to play different parts. There's people that I hit quick. But wouldn't that be something? I mean, hey, everything starts like that. You think it's crazy and then it happens. Or
well,
whatever.
I'll make a deal with you. Whichever one of us makes our first million first shares it with the other. So
Cool.
yeah.
I'm in. I'm having a good day, Lynn.
I'm in
I mean,
too.
I've been on this roller coaster, dude. And today I went.
Hey, Donny.
I don't know. Have you
Hi.
heard that I went pumpkin picking today?
No,
We talked
I
about.
loved the little pumpkins in the beginning that were like they were dancing and kind of looked like they were kind of
Oh yeah,
interacting.
cute
I
as
loved it.
cute as all get out. But did you see my pumpkins in the beginning of the show? I
Yeah,
went pumpkin picking. I went and I adopted 2 kittens, 2 orange babies. Because you just gotta just love. That's it,
Mm-hmm.
just love. You just skip to the. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know that's what you got to do. That's the only thing that heals anything. Is just more love,
Yes. That's
more
true.
light. So I just went down. I got 2.
Good
I
for
got me 2.
you.
I got me 2.
Yay. I'm
They were so
glad.
surprised. They are Spirit and Boo, and I mean you
Aw.
could see it. And the reason Spirit is because I looked at a bunch of different pictures, and and I'd throw the phone. I'm like, no, 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 and then I'd do it again. I do it again. I do it. It was the only thing that felt good. You know what I mean? Looking at the little faces.
Mm-hmm.
And I went through a gazillion faces and stopped on this one, and it was just the way he was sitting, and the soul just, I mean, it just,
Connected.
woo, you do it by
Yeah.
energy. It's an amazing thing, and in today's world, it's almost the same thing as sitting in a room full and let them pick you. You just feel it, just like
Mm-hmm.
you do with people and friends and telephone numbers but yeah, and that's all she wrote. I'm down there filling out papers, and she's like, "Do you want to meet him?" And I said, "I already have."
Aw.
And I mean, oh, they don't like to be held, they don't like to be touched, and they're kind of this one's standoffish, and I'm like, just give me the kitties, just give me the kitties. I walked out, just about, walked around with them, just one on each side, just because you just
Aw.
after a while you just know where to hit them, and they're just like, forget it, they're just defense.
Mush.
They're
They're
like her
defenseless.
earmuffs. She's got them like on both on each side of her head like this, walking around.
Absolutely
Aw.
defenseless. The girls were crying, looking through the glass and all that. I'm just
Aw.
like, hurry up with the papers. They got to go. They wound up riding home inside my coat.
Aw.
Carriers be damned.
That's
Because
so
they were just,
special.
and now they're just, they're paws up. They're just like surrender. This is it.
Aw.
I don't know. You wish you could do it for all of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
So,
true.
but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get off that. I'm just a new mom.
No,
It's been just mere
I'm thrilled.
hours, and I'm
You're a
just,
new
I mean,
mom. You just
Yay,
you just
high
had
on,
it
I'm
yes.
today.
high on kitten love, man. It's just
Man,
like,
Congratulations.
what?
I was all adrenalined up the first day I got Toby. I
Oh my
remember that
God,
feeling.
Aw.
I'm high on kitten love.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to
Aw.
interrupt you. I'll shut up now.
No.
That
I want to
that
hear
was
your story.
so well tonight. This now where we are now, and I'm amazed that you listened to all this and that you like the characters. And
I love
Tater,
it.
I've often said that Tater is purely by accident. He is a combination of Eeyore from Winnie
Yes.
the Pooh and Hoss from Bonanza. If you can
Yes.
imagine those two
Mm-hmm.
things together, if you could remember that TV show and how wonderful Hoss was, I mean,
Yes.
If
I
you
think
had a
Dave.
brain in your head and you were a woman, you had to pick one. You'd want date
I think
Adam, marry Haas.
Yeah, if Haas and Eeyore had a baby together, it would be Tater.
Kind of like Tater. And the fact that we just now heard that what he had done was, in his mind, he was hanging around with Skeet and Jeb, and he's down at the garage. You know how guys will hang around a garage back and forth, and he also worked in the cabins. He's got the golf cart from his dad. Another one that remembers his dad is just like Jeb, but in very different ways. Tater, thinks of his dad, and all he wanted to do was be picked to be partners one day at these cabins. And when he's sitting in the lawyer's office, it was a little too much lawyerese and, word salad for Tater. All he heard was that he wasn't trusted.
Yes. And
but
that
he
touched
was
my heart.
Trusted.
Yeah.
Because he was in a trust for him. The land, the part of the cabins and everything else, and he didn't know it. And this whole time, he's trying to scare people away, so business will get bad. So it'll go down so cheap that he'll be able to afford to be part of the cabins. This is his plan. This is Tater's plan, and he's listening to the evil speak, and he's listening to they don't trust them. They're old folks, this and that, which from Skeet and Jeb. And Tater's getting sucked up into this. So he devises this plan. He has a couple of friends that were hunters, and he got an old ghillie suit. It's crazy, right? On top of my head. It's not like it's like the grandest mystery in the world, but he was doing it, soaked it in all this old grease and motor oil and everything else that was dirty anyway, and pretended to be this black monster that would jump in at the showers and show up in front of somebody's window because it would scare away business. What Tater didn't realize is the paranormal, when you start doing stuff like that, it makes people come faster in large groups. And paranormal groups and people that want to spend the night at the cabins and videotape and get evidence and stuff. So it got more. That's why the McGees were able to afford the new shower stuff and all the extras and everything else. And George was like, why are they making so much money? So that's the kind of thing. And the McGees wanted to keep it down because they know there's Bigfoot. They interact with them. They put things on what they call the giving rock. And I've heard of many different little stories about stuff like this, not only from the Native American people, the naturals, or whatever you want to say. Their stories of boundaries and respect and invisible line, not to cross. And so when I bring in the elders and a couple of medicine men and the chief of the indigenous people of that area that come in there and bless it, periodically throughout the year, and is friends with the people there on the mountain, also trying to preserve its natural beauty and its balance. But they have to come up every once in a while and reset that balance. And they're on their way now. They know they've been preparing for days. They knew this was coming, and now they're on their way to do their part along with everybody else. Can you see now everybody's gathering to one area?
Yes.
They're very slowly.
Yeah. And I also found that very, very touching when Tater finally got the idea of what the trust was, because it seemed like he harbored that he wasn't loved almost in that way. And so when it was finally explained to him and he finally got it, that was a very touching moment.
How cool you caught that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Donnie, when Tater found out that he was a partner there? They had just been honestly holding his money and keeping it safe for him because they knew that if people knew that Tater had money,
they'd take advantage of him. Yeah.
Skeet definitely going to take it from him.
Wait, hold on. So Tater didn't know he had that money?
No.
Oh. So wait, he was mad, but he wasn't mad about the money. I thought he was mad because he got screwed out of his father's inheritance. That's what he was.
Well, he thought. No.
Sorry. Go ahead, Lynn. You tell me what you think.
He thought that he was that he was not part of that, and he was very, very hurt by it. But then he found out after sitting down with Mrs. McGee. It was Mrs. McGee, right? The one that explained it to him,
right?
With the apple pie. Yeah. So they sat down with him and put it into terms that he could understand. And she's like, "No, this is not. This is your business. You know, you are part of this business. You are the business." And he didn't realize that. And so she put it into terms that he could finally understand. And so not only was it a light bulb moment for him, but it was also a healing moment for him, because he realized that he wasn't being, that he was loved very much by his parent, which of course we all, want to feel that and know that. And so there was a lot in that part. That with the emotions and the feelings and the background and the all of the things.
Glad that came through. That's so cool that comes through, because as a writer, but as a writer, if you can take someone who's listening and shift their mood, imagine you don't dare to even imagine that you can actually take them away. If you can take them away and shift their mood and get them involved in people that don't even exist, and now they exist. I often harken back when I think of something like that. I think about Steve's story about the, I forget the writer, the chat will help me. The guy who did the Shadow Nose and created that character, the writer for that wrote so prolifically and continuously that he almost created a tulpa, and you could see the flash of him walking down, jutting down the hallway, or hear his laugh. And then he thought he was going nuts till he had a dinner party, and others saw him too. Crazy.
Yeah.
But I think about that when I think of this story, because I would turn and it's fun. I can't say I saw anything, but you'd feel stuff.
Yes, you do. And there are things that are present. I remember when I was writing my first book, Omnipresent, and there were some dark things that kept coming into the room that I had to dispel out of the room. And of course, we've already talked about the fact that it disappeared a couple of times and had to be rewritten.
Yeah.
And even when we're gathering like this, and we start talking about this thing, sometimes they start entering as well. So, that's why everybody's doing the sage and the dragon's blood.
Right.
Clearing everything.
The sage, dragons, and often do that too, because while you're listening to this program, while you're listening to the episode, whether it's for a wonderful guest like Lynn or co-host like Donny Cho or deep research, whatever, get the sage. Light them if you got them, folks. But all the stuff that's going on right now, it's very thick. So
it is
anything you
Halloween
can do to lighten stuff up, you know what I mean? And like I said, love is every single time it's going to be the answer. I don't care if it's a job, you're having a problem, if it's somebody else, you have to love them through it. Sometimes you can help people, sometimes you can just guide them, sometimes you can just offer advice and know they're not going to take it and move on,
Yes. And that's the important part too. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, please do.
The important part too is, like you said, there are boundaries that do need to be set as that as well. Once you have done all that you can, you do need to move on, because sometimes people, they just want your energy, and they're like vacuums on your energy, and that's why you feel so exhausted.
Vampire.
Yeah, exactly. And
energy vampires.
Exactly.
Psychic vampires.
Yep. So you also have to set those boundaries to protect yourself that way, so that's not happening. If the person doesn't seem to be making any efforts with what you have tried to guide them with, and they're still doing the same old things, they're not interested in it. Yeah.
100%. I often say too, it's like, imagine, if you will, you're on an ocean, you're on the shore, okay? You're looking out over the vast ocean, and you see a friend drowning, and you're trying to yell out and tell them what to do and how to get back to shore, but they either can't do it, won't do it, can't keep it up, complaining through it, just really can't physically do it, and you finally decide to jump in and fight to get them back onto the shore. And oftentimes they will fight against you, almost like a drowning man would.
Yes.
So they're fighting you while you're trying to save them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Stick
I
with
do.
me here. You get them to the shore. You're walking along the shore and you're talking to them. You get them back to health and they can barely walk and they're learning to walk again. They're saying all the right things and everything else. And right mid conversation, you turn around, they jump back in the damn ocean again. And the
Yes.
whole thing starts over again. You have to decide how many times you're going to do that you're comfortable with, where you could say, I did all I could. Sometimes it's once, sometimes it's not any at all. Sometimes it's 3, 4, 5 times. But you have to realize that at some point you have to stop diving in for people that just want to drown. If they don't kick and figure it out themselves, you can't let them go down with them. You can't.
That's true. And sometimes too, if you don't have good, healthy boundaries on your own, because we have a tendency, some of us that have grown up, I grew up with an alcoholic parent, so I had to go through my codependent things. And so, and I just lost the thought that I was going to say.
Well, go ahead.
Well, it's just that with those boundaries, if you can't look at it clearly for yourself, like for instance, even in a relationship that you're constantly saving the person, it's not healthy. It's not balanced. It's not supposed to be that way. And you can't walk away. But if you look at it in something that you love very much, like say your daughter or your son, and you say, what would I do if my best friend, mother, child, son were in a relationship like the kind that I'm in? What would I do? Then you take your own advice, because you probably tell them to book, to run.
How many times, Lynn, have you had spirit come through? I don't know if you've ever had a specific conversation, but you can think of it in a broad way. You probably have. Is they'll come back and they'll say, it's their journey. Love them through it.
Yes.
Basically, it's their journey. Take the hat off. You can't fix it. You can give your wisdom. You can offer it, but how many times are you gonna, go through it with that person, and a person's just gonna repeat the same circle. Sometimes the circle has to end with you, and that's like the hardest thing. But spirit will come back and tell you. You can agree, disagree. Tell me what you think.
I agree.
They'll come back and they'll tell you, basically, that's what was supposed to happen. This is what built their character. Their consciousness is different than yours, or whatever. They're not ready on their journey to get it yet. You have to stand back and let them do it. And then we're watching. We're trying to guide,
Yes.
And I think that's the way for all of us. We can look back and say, I mean, it's just, it's, I think Jordan Peterson said it once, where he said, if you could tell a child, a parent to a child, or a guardian, whatever you want to say, mentor to a child or a young person, and say, I'm not trying to show off by telling you the things that I've survived. I'm not trying to ask you for a badge or a trophy. I'm not trying to, shake it in your face and say, I did this, this, and this. You say, I'm saying all those things, and I don't want to watch you burn. I'm trying to stop you from going through. Take my hard-earned wisdom, and and it's just, that's it, And I think a lot of these characters in here, I have forgotten how many were in here. I mean, I totally forgot about Tom. Tom's a great dude. He's in there about he no questions asked. He's like a little mafia dude off the side, where they just go in and say, it's going to be trouble on the mountain tonight. Okay, what caliber? I mean, it's just, and you're hearing from backstories that he was a really good shot and didn't ask any questions. And Tater loves him, and he's going to shine a little brighter in the upcoming scenes too. There's a great kitchen scene where everybody's together, and I think the hardest thing is to move everybody where they need to be and have it make sense. Like, especially during the explosion. George is sliding down the mountain in his boots that pinch that Greta insisted he wore. And there's Joan and Mike. She's getting a stone out of his shoe, and she turns around. Jacob's gone. There that is, because that's just mom panic frozen, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And
yes, I love
and
it.
there's Dave and Rage, and he says it himself. It's almost like he's reminded of the Andy Griffith opening scene, but he's walking with Rage, and he's got the fishing pole over his shoulder, and he's, finally getting to go fishing, he thought.
You hear that whistle to that song too. And I want a piece of Mrs. McGee's pie.
Oh
You
my
talk
God.
about, you make my mouth water. It's like I can smell it already. Yeah,
I can
want
smell
a piece.
And it's so true, because in the story too, Dave, I believe, says, "Isn't it funny how smell can take you back and change your perspective on things for a moment?" I mean, it's just it's so true. And I hesitate. Like I said, I listen to this with you guys, and no matter how many times I hear this, I'm like, damn, that was a good line. Where did that come from? I mean, where did it's like each character had its way of, like, Mr. McGee might say things like, call a toilet a commode and a half bath, and you just relax, come on up here for 2 weeks, and you leave that old gal behind, bless her heart, and you think all through this that he's a non-believer. And in the kitchen, in his very own kitchen, when Greta goes into a trance and hits the floor, and
I remember that.
and Mrs. McGee clicks right in like they've done it 100 times, you start to unpeel that. Holy crap! They all know each. They all have abilities, or at least accepting of it, and are they're listening. And then Greta reaches up and grabs Mr. McGee by his flannel shirt and sits straight up and starts talking to his friend like old Bob. And Mr. McGee just falls right in. Bob, is that you? I mean, he's just the way he had, reacted to that. And when it was all over, it's like he takes off his hat and slaps his. Well, that's it. We got to do this, and he gets right into it, and everybody gets the shotguns, and they go out and get around the fire, and he starts laying it all down. And he's like, look, it's gonna be hell on this mountain tonight. You got Bigfoot howling over here. You got
the werewolves.
Yeah, Rougarous ripping heads off of people down here, and they're fixing to meet in the middle, and we're standing right smack dab on the bullseye of the whole thing. And they're right in the middle of it, and they're gathering right there. And that's where so much goes down. And everybody, it's Carney, it's, Billy Ray, she calls Will, and, her aunt, who is a clairvoyant and a medium, and saw the vision of old Bob getting killed in the lake. And as she's looking at him being murdered and hit in the head with a rock, the man that's doing it, she couldn't see his face because it looked like a rat, which was the overshadowing of Skeet and his whole Moby Dick old buck rat, thing. So that's where that whole thing came from. That was Moby Dick.
Wow.
Like Captain Ahab and the whale.
The part that, so where is Dave in this? I know the last that we talked about Dave, he was having a few beers with a friend, and so that's kind of
that was with Joe. Okay, so what's happened is that was Joe Parker, the deputy that helped him get the kid out of the cave, was searching. He came up in civilian clothes because Sheriff Cook wanted somebody incognito on the mountain because he wanted to see what was going on, see if anybody else showed up after that. Still, that was a part of all this,
Right.
Because he's still looking for Jeb. Well, now his head. So he knows who Jeb is now. And so Dave and Joe and Rage have now walked up to the bonfire and are standing with Cook, with Mr. McGee, and George, I think, is there, and probably Tom from the shop, as last I remember, because he was going into the shop. And then everybody started to gather. Sheriff Cook, all the Native Americans coming up, Jake and Crow, and everybody that's coming up with them, and the deputies, Bubba's with them. And I think that's it. And Carney and her parents are probably going to show up here pretty soon, or her aunt and uncle, rather, and her brother. So everybody is, like I said, converging. Tater's there. He's eating pie, I believe.
Yes, he is. Apple pie. Yes,
apple pie. He's still at the table. He's still at the table. And I think it's so cool that you noticed all that. And this is the last thing I'm going to say before I'm going to download this. I've got it downloaded. It's ready to load for you guys. But it's very cool that you noticed all that. And at the same time, when Tater is realizing this and as it's sinking in, he's enjoying the pie more. He
Yes.
sinks into it as he releases the what I am, huh?
His whole
He
heart
starts
is
eating a
swelling.
little bit. Oh gosh, he's just
His
I mean,
his heart is just swelling with
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's fixing to everything's fixing. All hell is fixing to break loose at Hell Night, the night before Halloween, and it's getting pretty late, and everybody's starting to converge around that one spot around the bonfire and up there at the McGee's, and things are fixing to bust loose, folks. I'm just here to
Woo.
tell you.
And
I look forward to your thoughts on the upcoming events and the supernatural paranormal side of it all.
yes,
You know what I'm saying?
and we'll be finishing. Is this going to be the finish of it tonight?
This
The
is
next
done.
part.
This is it.
Oh gosh. Ah,
It's the
This is it.
climax.
This is the
yes.
end. This is
I'm
the
gonna have to
final
pop
stand.
popcorn. Oh
This
my
is
gosh.
yeah. Just go all out on this one. This is it. This is taking you into your
It's
Halloween.
Paranormal D-Day, baby.
Woohoo!
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is the whole thing. This is the final stand. This is everybody's abilities, thoughts, faith, honor, pride, teaching. Everything comes into one thing, and all the natural, and everybody plays a part. And I think that's also lesson for everybody here. It's like everybody plays a part. It's like if you're doing a community or a town or a family or whatever, if everybody has a
I have
specialty,
to add,
go
for the
ahead.
people listening,
Yeah.
you're actually pretty good at writing action scenes, I gotta say.
Yes.
Because like the way you describe the action scenes in this upcoming part, because there's a lot of action in this, and I'm like, wow, Sysco, you're really good at this.
She's really,
Yeah, it's hard to write action. It is.
I just, I can't explain it. I mean, I really think I had help, guys. I mean, I'd be absolutely stupid to say anything different because I would literally be reading this to Steve. Would you be the first person that heard it each time I wrote the next segment, And I like Steve. I don't remember writing that.
I call it the flow, and it's an internal thing that comes through, and sometimes it comes in so fast you just can't get it down even fast enough. You're like, wait a minute, stop,
stop. And it's with the characters, it seemed to be almost natural the way they would react to this. Of course Skeet would be offended by anything he was told to do or told not to do, and went right to it, broke and didn't care. He was a strictly to your face kind of guy, and the way he felt judged by the rats, like he was just looking at him with one eye, and he was getting offended by it, but these are all broken people, and how do people break? And if they break, do they put themselves together in a different kind of way than they should? I mean, different things change people, and different things and events make people rise to their best as well. It's the yin and yang of the whole thing. So who will win the battle for good and evil? You've got the sacred soil and the sour soil, and the good and the bad and the ugly up in this. It's fixing to bust loose, guys. Thank you so much.
I have
Lynn,
a question.
yes, please do.
I have one question for you. Is there going to be a cliffhanger at the end? Because no. Oh, gosh.
Thoroughly. Okay. I hate cliffhangers. I made sure I went to absolute the ends of the earth to finalize each character, each ending, and I think it's done in a way that might suggest there could be some kind of a sequel, even separate spin-off more.
Yes,
more spin-off. But each character you will be thoroughly satisfied at the end and feel very fulfilled, because I wouldn't do that to my listeners. I hate that. It's like I said, just gratuitous sex scenes, like they killed Jaws the book. I'm glad they didn't do it in the movie. It's usually opposite, but for no reason, and it just threw everything off. And I'm like, why is this even in here? But it was to sell the book, of course. But little things like that I hate in writing. I didn't do. Things I loved about writing.
I was going to write a story with a whole bunch of gratuitous sex scenes.
Yeah, but that's you, Don. That's Donny. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, whatever floats your boat.
Mine is just different for no reason. I stuck to the story, the mystery, and everything else. Remember, when this challenge was given to me by Mr. Stockton, I called it The Strange Case of Cabin 22. It's a funny title, but that was an homage to Scooby-Doo and the whole thing. And that's where it started, and that's why I left it that, because that led me to the dog, to base a Scooby-Doo dog character, which became Rage, which everything spun off of. And just having all the Halloween stuff in it, from, you know, the little things, the black cat, this, that, you know, all through the different things. And that was all for Steve. So it's crazy. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I am loving it.
This is the end.
Yeah. And also, I can't see the chat. So please, if I know everybody, they've welcomed me. They've said hello. Please, if I didn't mention hello or thank you to somebody, please let them know that I love them.
They know.
It was not intentional. So I'm excited.
I've got to get with you and help you set up so you can see that. And Donnie can see it, can't you, Donnie?
Yeah.
Are you looking at it on a laptop? Are you on a laptop, Donnie?
I'm on a desktop now.
I'm on my phone, as you know. And speaking of which, Donnie, if you're talking about your book, I'll tell you this later. I don't want to take away from the movie. We'll go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, you ready now? Are you going to come back in a couple hours and help us finish this off?
Yes,
it's just
I will.
A few minutes. I mean,
yes.
I know it's late. I'm sorry.
No, I'm planning. I planned on doing that. So
that would be so cool
be a lot
to
of
finish
fun,
up,
folks.
get your thoughts, because here comes all
be a lot
the
of fun.
supernatural, paranormal. It's
got a bit of everything.
I'm gonna
crescendo of
Yes, I am going to step away and make myself some popcorn.
You do it.
You know, so
we're going to just be in the chat, sweetheart. We'll see you in 2 hours, okay?
Let's just say things go from like 0 to 100 real, like just, I'm just like,
well then I'm gonna go make my popcorn right now, so that I've got only a couple of minutes away, and then I can come back and enjoy my popcorn and not move.
Outstanding. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Right. I think I'll do the same. I gotta go see the baby.
Yes.
Jake walked to the rock wall while Crow spoke of the conclusions they had come to and the fight ahead. Jake had a large leather pouch and started to take things out of it and laid them on the ground. Grey Wolf spoke up now, adding in something that confused Dave a little bit, but he listened intently with the others. Those that walk through the veil will come tonight. Chuck shook his head in agreement. They will fight for those who dwell on the mountain top. Jake will do a quick cleansing and protection ceremony here, before we battle the energy below. It is ancient, Charles, and it has been fed well today. It is stronger now. Well, holy shit, Crow. Ain't we got enough to deal with tonight? Crow smiled and agreed, but added this. Charles, if we do not go to it, it most assuredly will come to us. Those it controls are growing weak. I believe there were some bad deeds that fed it recently. It plays on the evil inside of a person. It magnifies and twists the cracks in a person's protective light. Those that died here today had the means to be good people, But greed and envy took over, my guides tell me. We must stand together in what goodness we have inside. Together, that will be stronger than any evil could bring. Grey Wolf had already walked to where Jake was. Dave watched in fascination as the two men set white sticks on fire, put them in what looked like a shell, and waved a feather through the smoke as they spoke out to the night. Each one had a shell, and smoke billowed around them. Jake had what looked like a fan made of black feathers, and he seemed to waft the smoke all around Grey Wolf now. Then Grey Wolf did the same to Jake. Starting at his feet, he walked around him as Jake stood palms out till Grey Wolf reached his face. Then Jake seemed to cup the smoke with his hands and almost wash his face with it, bringing the smoke all around his head, and repeated it. Joe saw Dave watching and explained that this was a smudging to cleanse negative energies off, to cleanse and protect, also to prepare your spirit for battle. Chuck agreed and added, "It is white sage, sweetgrass, and other herbs. Line up, 'cause we are next." Dave caught off guard. "What, me? I don't know." He stumbled through words and thoughts. "I mean, you think we would be protected somehow just because your friend puts some white smoke around you?" Dave was just startled and meant no harm, but got his answer as Jake seemed to appear right behind him and said, "Yes, because my friend blew smoke around me. Palms out, my friend." Jake smiled a knowing smile at Dave, and Rage barked and wagged his tail. Okay, looks like I'm outnumbered here." Jake looked at Rage and back at Dave. "I told you he knew things." Dave did as he was told, and the others lined up next to him. George quickly moved in line, and Sheriff Cook and Bubba took off their hats, as did Chuck, each one taking a turn as the smoke billowed around them, and Jake and Grey Wolf walked down the line. When Jake reached Rage, Dave got to see something that even surprised him from this partner of his, and well, Dave just didn't think that was possible. Jake just held out the smoking shell toward Rage, and Rage barked once, stretched out his paws toward Jake, and bowed his head. Jake smiled and circled the dog with the smoke. Jake said something Dave didn't understand, and Rage popped up and wagged his tail and circled Jake as if he too had his own protection ceremony. Jake laughed and smiled and rubbed the dog's head. "We have work to do, my friend," and Rage answered back with a paw to his hand and a bark in agreement. "Some dog there, Dave," George smiled. Grey Wolf announced he would go to see May and the others and do the same there, and took the back way to the lodge. Crow was just finishing outlining the fire circle with the gray wormwood from his bag and a huge handful of what looked like rock salt to Dave. Joe leaned toward Dave and said, "We can go in the circle now. We're cleansed," and slapped Dave on the back as he did. May unlocked the door and threw her arms around Grey Wolf. "Oh, I'm so glad you are here, and you've got your smudging stuff. Oh, I'm so relieved," she said as she walked him through the back to the kitchen and the others. "Open that kitchen window, Tom. We're getting our saging." Everyone greeted Grey Wolf, and Tom lifted the window above the sink, and all those in the kitchen, including Tater, seemed to know just what to do. Greta closed her eyes and breathed in a cleansing smoke and looked calm and serene as she did. Tater seemed to take it in even deeper and almost cried as he looked into Grey Wolf's eyes. Grey Wolf whispered something to him, and the big man wrapped his friend in a bear hug and squeezed. "Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Grey Wolf." "It is all right, my friend. Things will be different for you now, I believe." Tater hugged him once again, heard a sound, and looked up toward the window. "Ah!" he shouted and pulled back and pointed. "What, Tater?" Tom asked as Greta and May reached toward the table where they had laid their weapons. "Something. I saw something looking in." Tom went to the wall and switched off the lights as the others moved back away from the window to get a better look outside. Tom moved slowly toward the window, and Grey Wolf held out his hand to use Greta's shotgun, and she gave it to him, moving in closer to May. Grey Wolf moved the other way toward the window as Tom exclaimed, "Oh, man, would you look at that?" He saw no one looking in the window, but on it was a print that looked like a huge wolf paw on the outside of the window glass, yet it was upside down. Grey Wolf reached the window with the butt of the shotgun and lowered it slow, leaned over the sink and looked up. He saw no trace of anything moving out there. One of these crafty creatures was laying on the roof looking in, he thought to himself. They want us outside. They are trying to get us to go out there, to their territory. One is on the roof. He spoke in matter-of-fact tones, no surprise or fear in his voice. "We will not do so." May whispered, "Those sneaky bastards!" and raised the aim of her shotgun to the ceiling, and Greta raised her hand to her mouth. "Oh, Charles, we have to tell him." Tom added, "It's been on the roof watching us in here. That is as creepy as it gets, Grey Wolf." They work well together. If we run outside, we run into another. Greta then reached in her apron pocket and pulled out the walkie, held it close to her mouth, and spoke calmly. "George, are you there?" Inside the circle, the men sat again, keeping an eye on their own part of the woods. Jake was by Dave and knelt down to watch what Rage was looking at off in the distance. All at once, George's vest pocket started to talk. "George, are you there?" it said faintly but clear enough for the others to hear. George startled and lifted the walkie from his pocket. "Yes, Greta, I am here." "George, you need to talk with Grey Wolf," came Greta's voice louder now. "Okay, my love, put him on then." A strong voice came over the device. "Can the sheriff and Charles hear me, George?" The men both nodded and moved closer to George. "They can, Grey Wolf. Is everything okay?" "Chuck, one is on the roof of the lodge. It is trying to separate. Stay there. The others cannot be far. Jake, it is time." Chuck held out his hand and George gave him the walkie. "Did you see which way it went?" "I did not." "He either jumped or is still there. It is too quiet." The men were all standing up, weapons drawn. Jake looked at Dave. "Do not let him leave the circle yet," and nodded toward Rage. Dave cupped a hand under Rage's collar and reached for the leash in his pocket. Rage's gaze was over the roof of the lodge and beyond. All of the men stared there now, trying to focus on the shadows and blackness there. Jake and Crow threw something in the fire that made a huge flare-up in the flames and sent a smell that burst from it and lingered in the air. "Keep your eyes there, too," Crow instructed, and pointed in the opposite direction into the dark woods behind them. "If they want your attention over there, they're coming from over here." Jake and Crow stepped out of the circle, and Bill Cook and Chuck with them. "Stay right there. Do not leave this circle," Sheriff Cook ordered, and the rest of the men listened. "We just need a better look, fellas. We won't go far," Chuck promised them. The four men walked in unison toward the lodge. Rage growled from the circle, and Jake looked back to him, found his gaze, and followed it. There, on the roof of the lodge, he saw a shadow move. It was behind a large tree that hung over the lodge's roof. Jake silently pointed, and Chuck and the sheriff lifted their weapons toward the spot. Bill Cook flicked the switch on his flashlight, held it to the barrel of his rifle, and the shadow moved. Everyone froze. The shadows seemed to grow behind the tree as the thing stood up from a crouch. It peered around the hefty trunk of the tree, and Sheriff Cook's light caught its eyes. Chuck moved the shotgun. The slugs he had loaded it with that day would stop it dead for sure, but he knew it was a bit too far away to be accurate. Bill had a better chance with his rifle, and he waited. The thing almost seemed to bounce backwards and out of sight at an amazing rate of speed, but not quick enough for Bill not to notice it looked charred somehow, like it had been burned. "It will move to the shadows, Bill," Jake said, and they moved a bit to see the back of the building. "There," Crow said and pointed. There, perched on the stone wall behind the lodge, just beyond the large carved eagle statue Chuck had been working on that day, was the beast. The moonlight backlit the thing that had to be 8 feet tall or more. Even crouching down, it was huge. Bill Cook moved his beam on it quickly, found it with his scope, and it indeed looked at it as if it had been on fire. One of its eyes ran with a wet goo that trailed down its face, and Bill aimed in and began to squeeze the trigger as the thing looked back at him through the scope. All at once, a large brownish-gray thing seemed to emerge behind it, pulling itself up behind the burnt creature. It seemed to keep coming bigger and bigger, but the wolf thing just stared at Bill. The hairy thing's head was huge and seemed even larger than the wolf beast by far. It lurched over the Rougarou thing and in one swoop grabbed it around its waist in a gigantic arm, opened its massive mouth and bit down on the thing's head and shook it like a rag doll. They both fell backwards into the night and down the cliff into the rocks below. Jake took off first. The others outside the circle followed. They eased up to the rock wall's edge and looked over. "Holy!" Chuck whispered. Jake broke in. "They are here, Charles." Bill shone down the beam of his light, catching some of the rocks below. The drop was enormous, and just no way something would survive that, he thought. "Look!" Jake pointed, and Sheriff shined the bit of light his flashlight struggled to give, and they caught one hairy leg disappear into the woods below, dragging a bloody and burnt wolf-man-looking thing behind it. Sheriff Cook turned to Jake. "Here we go, brother," Jake replied. "Indeed, my friend, indeed." Crow got back to the circle first and asked George to let Grey Wolf know what had just happened. "Grey Wolf," George whispered into the walkie now. "One is gone. The one on the roof. Also, Jake says the helpers are here. One took the wolf thing right over the cliff." Grey Wolf answered back, "That is a good thing, my friend. Keep watch. There will be more. We are okay here." Jake, Chuck, and Sheriff Bill returned to the circle. As Dave was trying to convince himself of what he saw, "I did not just see that man. I did not just see that, Joe." Joe Parker started to ease his friend's mind when they heard a rustle from behind them and up the road. All the men in the circle turned around toward it, turning their flashlights on it at the same time. Dave noticed that Rage was wagging his tail. A young girl with pink hair stopped in her tracks. She threw her hands over her head and said, "Hey, man, chill out. It's just us." And popped a pink bubblegum pop to finish it off. The men lowered their weapons as the rest of the family came around the corner, Rose arm in arm with Clay and Will close behind. Dave said aloud, "Hey, that's the girl that was carving pumpkins." The sheriff pushed back his hat and tried his best to get order. "How do, folks? We have a slight incident here. Could I get you all to move over here behind us till we can get you inside?" Rumblings of "What's happening?" and "It will be just fine" went around quickly. Rage was truly drawn to Carney, and she pet and hugged him, while the others she came with asked questions and got very few answers. Chuck told them, please take a seat, and Joe could explain better, just come stay by the fire. The group did as they were asked, and Rose caught Jake's eyes, held out her hand, and said, I'm Rose, and they are here, aren't they? Jake smiled. They are, and you are here to help, I feel. Rose smiled and said, we will do what we can. Carney jumped in and stuck out her hand toward Jake. Carney, pleased to meet you. Jake touched her hand and felt an energy even stronger than Rose's was. You are the one my guides told me about, he smiled. Carney smiled back. Are you here to help the kids too? Jake let her hand go and touched her shoulder. First things first, young one. And he gestured with his eyes toward her hand. Carney looked down and opened it. Inside, Jake had dropped a purple stone without her even noticing. Amethyst, she whispered. Yes, to protect. For now, we need to stay and wait. Carney thanked him and squeezed the purple stone tight. She listened and sat next to Will and her uncle, who were speaking with Chuck now, sitting back in his deluxe camper's chair, as if 5 minutes ago he had not witnessed a wolf man pulled off a cliff by a huge Sasquatch. To Dave, the scene looked insane and tranquil at the same time. He listened in and watched Rage, who seemed to just love the girl. His leash still on, Dave just didn't want to take any chances. Not after the things he had seen. Things he had seen. This whole trip had been a stay in Crazy Town, he thought, and spoke to Joe quietly. Joe, we can't let these people stay out here. We shouldn't be out here. Joe answered in his best deputy calm. I know it seems like it doesn't make sense, but inside we'd be trapped. Out here we have a good chance of keeping those things back. Dave was more than skeptical, more than scared, but he held that in and he listened in to Chuck and the others, all while keeping his eye on the tree line. George let those know of their new guests, and May said Tom was bringing coffee and asked if the newcomers would rather be inside. Coffee, Dave thought. How about a machine gun? A flamethrower, maybe? His mind twisted in the insanity of sitting out here, drinking coffee, possibly enjoying a slice of May's apple pie, for Pete's sake, all while being surrounded by things straight out of hell. I believe so, Clay. You have a good point there, Chuck said. Dave felt like this was more of a barbecue setting than a horror movie he felt like he was trapped in. Jake and Crow tossed more of the smelly stuff in the fire, and the flames lurched up again, and the fragrant smoke filled the air. Bob was a very caring man. He thought the world of his wife. It would be like him to warn us, Chuck told Clay and Rose. Rose added that they knew there was more to his warnings, that there was danger in the air. She smiled at Chuck. If we can help, we are here. There's quite a bit going on out here, and I'd feel better if you and your family were safe inside the lodge, Sheriff Cook said. Rose smiled and said back, Are you speaking of the Rougarou, Sheriff? Dave was surprised. Did everybody know this stuff but him? Bill Cook, surprised but not shook at all, answered, Yes, and a bit more, it seems. Jake stepped up and tried to explain. Bill, the universe often sends us where we need to be. There are many here tonight who were sent. It is part of their journey. These two have second sight and an energy that is strong. Something stronger than all of us has brought us here. To change that, to interfere, would be... He paused and thought a moment. Well, helping the other side. Sheriff Cook dropped his head a bit and rubbed his eyes. Jake, my friend, I don't like letting these civilians in harm's way. But after the things I've seen today, who am I to stand in the way of the universe?" "Yes!" Will yelled out. He was thrilled to stay, and it was hard for him to hide. He jumped up, and the camera around his neck bounced with him. "Okay, young man, quiet down," the sheriff instructed, "and there will be no pictures. The things that happen here need to stay here, or it will be ruined forever." Will's face changed instantly. "What?" The word came out of him like air from a disappointed balloon. "He speaks truth. People would overrun this land and destroy the things that live in harmony in these woods," Crow added. Will, still saddened, sort of understood, and sat down with a genuine pout. Jake looked around the circle at those he felt were gathered by forces he knew well. They were 13, counting Rage, who was the most vigilant of them all. Rage was looking right at him and more than seemed to understand. Jake smiled and nodded in his direction. Rage wagged his tail and sat straight up. "Everyone, backs to the fire, eyes on the trees. Let it be known if you see the shadow shift or move in the treetops. Do not shoot at anything. Understand this. We must wait for this to settle itself, if we can. Only if necessary will we shoot to kill. Sheriff, Bubba, Joe, can you please place yourselves between the others so each of you cover the circle?" Bubba spoke up. "Whatever you need, Jake," and stood up, lifted his head, and scanned the trees. "Will they come from up there, do you think?" "We do not know." Jake looked toward Rose and Carney. "Perhaps you will let us know if you connect to anything." Carney smiled back at him and squeezed the amethyst in her hand. "I will for sure." Jake moved out of the circle. Crow tossed more gray wormwood on the fire, and the smoke billowed into the trees' shadows. Jake moved off toward the tree line, closer and closer, and this made Dave's skin crawl. Rage watched with him. Jake kicked at some brush, bent over, and picked up a thick branch, reared back, and tapped on the trunk of the tree. Bang! 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 Its striking sound echoed out and away from the watchers encircled around the fire. Then again the stout man with the calm demeanor whacked at the tree with the branch. His long, black, braided hair bounced off his buckskin jacket with the force as he did. Bang! 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 A methodical, rhythmic beat again. He waited, and to Dave seemed to listen with his eyes closed to the wind. One more time, bang on the trunk of the tree. In the soft silence, not even a cricket chirp, Dave noticed. Only the wind answered back. Its movement through the drying leaves and branches were the night's only sounds. Dave for a moment allowed himself to close his eyes and just listen. The air felt different, heavy or thick, but not unkind or unpleasant, just different, he thought. Then, from a distance, an answer came. Bang! 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 Dave quickly opened his eyes and looked deep into the wooded darkness. Jake still stood by the tree, the thick branch held in front of him. He leaned on it with both hands like it was a cane, and he was about to give his rendition of a Fred Astaire dance to Putting on the Ritz. Dave looked at the calm found on the weathered face of the man who truly knew things. Things both good and bad, both enlightening and frightening. Bang! 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 The sound echoed again, and a knowing smile grew slightly across Jake's face. "Is there someone out there, Joe?" Dave whispered. "Something," Joe whispered back. Those wolf things are answering Jake somehow? Dave asked, confused, his mind slowly swirling from surprised confusion into oh hell no land. I don't think so, my friend. It's the Sasquatch, I believe. What? Dave started. Joe held up a hand to signify, wait just a minute. Used just 2 fingers to point towards his eyes, and then moved his fingers toward the tree line, as if to tell Dave, look over there. Dave followed where Joe was pointing. There, Dave thought he saw movement within the shadows, beyond the first trees near the wood line. Joe reached over next to him, and tapped George on the knee, and repeated the movements with his fingers from his eyes to the trees. And George also looked there. Jake saw too, and focused on the spot. Joe held up his arm and snapped his fingers to grab the attention of the others. A quick flash of grayish blur ran between the trees. The snap of twigs and rustling leaves gained the attention of those who weren't already looking in that direction. Weapons down, but ready, folks, Sheriff Cook said softly. Bubba grabbed Carney beside him as they stood up and moved her a bit behind him to protect her. Of course, she strained to look, the amethyst clutched in her hand. She whispered out loud enough for everyone to hear, "Don't shoot! It's scared! I can feel it! It's so scared!" An odd creature emerged from the shadows and into view. Gasps of surprise went around the circle as the viewers realized what they were seeing. A young Bigfoot. Although small, he still reached at least 5 feet tall. It held on a small tree by the dirt road about 15 yards away. Dave could not believe his eyes and wrapped the leash tighter in his hand without even noticing, and grabbed Joe's shoulder with the other in disbelief. Rage didn't bark or move, but the grayish-brown furry creature had his full attention. Bubba said it best for all when he whispered, "Holy shit," low and long, as if the words were the very wind blowing through the trees. The baby Squatch just stood there, looking at them in the same manner. They were looking at him, probably with the same confusion mixed with fear and wonder. Carney again spoke out. "His mother is close. She's coming. Please don't shoot him." "Nobody will harm them, little one," Crow spoke with assurance. "We are here to help them." Carney relaxed a bit, grabbed Bubba's big arm and squeezed at a handful of sleeves she found there. Rose did similar to Clay's arm and added her thoughts to the circle. "He is lost. But Carney is right. Mama's coming." "He is just amazing, Clay. Just a babe, he is." Clay nodded, and Jake hit the tree with 2 more bangs that echoed off into the night. The baby Squatch looked toward him and blinked slow. Jake put down the branch and walked toward him with his hands out to his side, palms up, and was chanting a sing-songy melody that seemed to send a calm among the circle and the Squatch. Time seemed to just hold there in the stillness, as Jake stopped just 20 feet or so in front of the baby. His calming tone seemed to lift the heavy air around them. The little one's face seemed to show it as well. It stood there, still holding the tree, and Dave wondered what was in those magical words Jake sang in his native tongue. They all stood in awe, and time seemed to just stand still. "Well, I'll be," came a voice behind Dave, and he turned to see May, Grey Wolf, and Tom, each holding a weapon in one hand and thermoses and cups in the other. "Isn't he just the sweetest thing you ever saw?" The sheriff moved over and motioned the newcomers in quickly. Jake slowly raised one arm up and started to walk backward toward the others. "Here she comes," Carney whispered, and squeezed herself into Bubba. Will leaned into her and held on too. A loud, wailing moan came from behind the little creature, and he quickly looked behind him. Jake backed up faster and almost knocked into George as he reached the circle. "Here they come!" Jake exclaimed, as he steadied himself with George's help. Rage barked once and moved in front of Dave, and Dave wrapped his arms around his friend, afraid to look away a second. All at once, the wail became louder. It was almost in sight. "Steady now, everyone," Bill Cook reminded, and May dropped her thermos. "Don't any of you dare shoot her! Don't you dare!" "We won't, May," Chuck assured her. A larger version of the little creature appeared out of nowhere, just behind the little one. Dave gasped, as did several next to him, as they watched the little one reach up with his arms and his mother pick him up and tuck him under one huge arm in one quick move, all made with her eyes ever on the crowd of humans. Some with their hands over their mouths, a couple more held their hands to their hearts. Chuck took off his hat in reverence, and Bubba now held on to Carney a bit tighter. "Holy shit." The words again escaped him slowly, like air from a balloon with a pinhole. "You can say that again," Chuck added to it, and Grey Wolf smiled. The mother looked directly at Jake, and Jake nodded and said, "Go." Rose broke the moment with her next revelation. "There is something else, something bad." All at once, the Sasquatch moved, looked behind her into the woods, and broke into a run, running along the tree line and the dirt road that ran down the mountain and toward the garage below. Rage looked deep into the woods, and Dave felt the rumble of a growl in his chest before he heard it. "It's not good, fellas," he warned. Joe, George, and the others raised their weapons, and Bill Cook warned them to only shoot if necessary. Jake held up a hand and said, "Look," as he pointed just in front of where the mother Sasquatch path was. A bright white light seemed to appear between the trees there. It gleamed outward, like someone turned on a flashlight high in the tree. Then all at once the light became longer and wider. It began to almost sparkle, and Rage added a quick bark to the scene. "I see it, boy." At the same time, Joe said, "Now what in the actual hell is this?" As light grew in brightness and length, the sparkles almost turned into what looked like bubbles to him. "Orbs?" whispered Will. "Yes, son. When a portal opens, anything can come through," answered Crow. "Orbs?" Dave whispered his question, not really expecting an answer. Crow and Grey Wolf moved close to Jake, and they seemed to be speaking in a prayer cadence together. Crow, with his tall cowboy hat with the many feathers stuck in its band, laid at his feet in front of him. The turtle rattle in his hand slowly kept the beat of their words. The circle of observers then witnessed the orb starting to fall from the line of light, like a waterfall of brightly lit bubbles that floated off in all directions. "It's an actual portal," Carney said. "Yes, and there's so many of them," Rose said quietly, with a lilt of amusement in her voice. "Look at them all." Dave looked at Joe with a question on his face. Joe nodded in his direction with a smile. Jake held up his hand as if to say, "Wait." And as the mother Squatch was just moving out of sight and down the road and moving in and out of the trees there, the orbs seemed to stop. At least they slowed. There was a sound that came from the trees to their right. A horrible crunching sound that popped and cracked and echoed in the night. "Steady," Bill spoke again. And there, to Dave's amazement, came another gray being. It was not quite as big as the mother Squatch, but rugged and stout. Perhaps a male, Dave thought. His hair was matted, and some of it gleamed with red in the moonlight. George added his own thought. "Just amazing." "It's injured," Dave said, to no one in particular. "Hold your fire, men," Sheriff said again, and the Bigfoot hardly noticed them. It turned and ran the way the mother had run, but behind him, was something different, an awful thing. "The wood beast is so ignorant, so weak. The wise one thought as it ran, its claws digging into the soft earth pushed him forward as he chased his prey. They protect their young, much like those intruders do. They help their weak. They put themselves in danger. They are not like us. We sacrifice to survive. We are stronger. We will take this territory and kill all that stand in our way. I will kill the male wood beast, then its mate, and toss its young to the burned one in my pack as a gift before I kill him too. He will slow us, and we must be strong to claim this land. I can smell the male wood beast's blood on the wind and its fear in its tracks. I will have him and prove to my pride I am still their leader." The rustling sound became louder. Huge sounding limbs began to crack, and the sound broke through the still night air. Dave felt rage tense, and he knew something big was charging in their direction. A rougarou broke out of the woods just behind the injured Bigfoot, and Dave felt rage try to lunge towards it, and he held on tight. "Only if you have to, Bill," Jake added. "Best to let nature fight nature if we can." Carney gasped, as did May at the sight of the creature, but no one screamed. It never even glanced their way, its sights on the Sasquatch it had been chasing. Joe had his barrel directed straight at it and knew if it grabbed the Bigfoot he would shoot and ask questions later. He would have to. Bubba now shielded both the teens with his body, the deputy taking over the scared young man inside. Dave momentarily had forgotten about the long light that now came back into his view as the injured Bigfoot came closer to it. It wailed as it ran, the rougarou close on its heels and gaining ground. All at once the light seemed to rip open, like someone unzipping a parka, and a dark shadow filled its void. "What the hell?" Joe said, as a huge beast almost twice the Bigfoot's size stepped out of the light. "The protectors," whispered Jake, and the sound came from the emerging beast that seemed to echo off the mountain and back again. It was similar to the other Bigfoot creatures, yet different somehow. Bigger, yes, Dave thought, but meaner, its teeth sharp and displayed for them all in his scream. Joe wasn't sure where to aim now, but kept his weapon on the rougarou, whose own mouth seemed to drip with fury, and it too seemed to be covered with blood. But whose? Joe did not know. Chuck yelled to May, "Get in here quick!" And those left outside moved within the circle. Those with weapons pointed them toward the commotion. Those without them moved close to someone who did. Dave held his shotgun low, but followed the rougarou with it, as Joe did, still holding back rage. Dave heard Chuck call out to Jake, "Not too close, my friend," and turned his eyes toward the 3 men outside the circle and closest to the emerging beast. Jake was moving closer. His song grew louder as he did. Crow and Gray Wolf intensified their chanting too, and to Dave it all seemed like some outrageous dream that was not only confusing, but extremely terrifying. They all watched as the injured Bigfoot ran past the opening of the light, never seeming to notice the beast within it. As it did, the huge thing stepped out behind it and bent toward the Rougarou chasing the injured one, in one fluid move. It let out another scream, and only then did it seem that the Rougarou took notice of its presence and challenge. The Rougarou stood to its complete height and growled back at the beast. It backed up and took a stance that almost reminded Dave of a boxer eyeing his opponent and calculating his next move. It seemed to forget all about the injured Bigfoot, who was now making his way down the dirt road, following where the 2 had fled. The beast, who barely moved far from the long light at all, could now reach right in front of the Rougarou, whose growl, though horrifying, was no match for its own. It bared its teeth at the dog-man thing, and if Dave was a betting man, he'd have placed his last $100 down that he saw fear in the dog-man's eyes. Dave winced as the Rougarou swiped at the huge beast in front of him with its claws, just barely missing the thing from the light. The beast reached out and grabbed the dog-man up in both hands and lifted it high in front of him. The dog-man shrieked and twisted in his grip, and to add to the macabre madness, light-filled orbs danced in and out of the light and around them, like champagne bubbles in an odd dance routine from hell. Dave heard gasps and small screams from the group, but who they came from, he didn't know. His eyes didn't move from the scene in front of him. As the beast lifted the dog-man, he saw it take a blow from a writhing claw, and blood flew from its chest, and he saw a wound grow there, and blood oozed from the dark fur. It let out a yell and lifted the dog-man higher, and in one swift move brought it down in a thunderous thud onto its knee, and the crowd watching winced at the sound of the dog-man's back cracking in half. Dave heard a distant "damn," long and drawn out. Bubba, maybe? Hell, it could have been his own voice he heard, he thought, as he watched the gigantic beast grab the dog-man by its head with one hand, giving a passing glance toward Jake and the other 2 men still singing, and drag the beast to the long, open pathway of light, and toss it through like a bag of garbage. Dave heard Joe whisper matter-of-factly, maybe to him or just to himself, "That's why we don't find any bodies." Then a shriek from behind, and Dave heard May yell, "Crow, look out!" And a bang from his shotgun split the air. More screams, and Dave looked toward Crow, aiming his weapon high, just in time to see a dog-man with part of its head gone fall from a limb just above Crow, and land with a thud right on the elder's feathered cowboy hat. Everyone turned to see May holding the shotgun she used to save her friend. The singing stopped, and the elder stepped back and away from the scene, stepping slowly back into the circle as those within made room. The portal beast walked slowly toward Jake as he backed up, speaking words Dave did not understand. And as he did, he held up his hands as if to say, "Hold your fire." The beast moved calmly toward the dead dog-man, and Jake stopped just in front of the circle. Then the creature that had emerged from the light bent down and picked up the dead Rougarou, tossed it over his shoulder, gave one more look toward Jake, and took long strides with huge legs back to where the open light hung in midair. It gave one last roar as it disappeared through the light. Dave and the others watched the light slowly close and then shrink into little more than a twinkle in the trees, and it was gone. "Holy shit, Joe, what?" Dave started and was cut off by Chuck. "May, my girl, that was a hell of a shot. Are you all right?" Sheriff Cook added, "Yes, is everyone all right?" May brushed at the front of her dress with the shotgun tucked under her arm, muzzle down. "I'm fine, Charles. I couldn't let it hurt Crow." "And Crow thanks you, my friend," Crow answered back as he walked over, picked up his crushed hat, brushed it off, whacked it on his knee, and placed it atop his head with a smile. "It is a good day to die, but I could never go without my hat." Nervous laughter and confused mumblings moved through the circle. Jake spoke up and said he believed that this fight had been won, and he felt no more of the dogmen remained. Balance here had been restored, he felt, and the Bigfoot would settle now back in the higher ground, and that they had their territory back. George said in a calm voice, "What an amazing thing to see." Dave still held onto Rage's leash tight, more scared than he had ever been in his life. "Okay, wait just a minute. Is no one going to tell us what we just saw here?" The fear mixing with frustration, he continued, "What the hell was that thing? Are you trying to tell me?" Chuck broke in. "David, I think you know what you saw. It is quite a bit to take in, for sure. But we were all here. We all saw it. And you are not crazy." Dave shook his head, wiped a hand over his face, and looked at Joe. Joe reached out and squeezed his shoulder and bent down to pet Rage, who was wagging his tail now and seemed to understand better than anyone. Greta came over the walkie in George's pocket again. "George, we heard a shot. What happened? Over?" George, almost jarred out of a different world, jumbled for the walkie in his pocket. "Greta, yes, we are okay. Over." "George, Hader and I are coming out. Can you cover us? Over." "Tell them to come on. We got 'em covered." Sheriff Cook spoke now, and Tom, Bubba, and Joe readied their weapons and gazed toward the lodge's back exit as they came out. Chuck kissed May on the cheek and fixed a gray curl from her eyes, a move he had done many times over the years. He looked in her eyes and saw no fear there. Worse, he thought, for May to have to kill an animal, any animal. There would be feelings popping up later, he thought. "You saved Crow, May. Remember that." "I know, Charles. I'm more worried about the Squatch family that took off. Do you think they're okay? That one looked hurt." Rose joined them as she moved closer. "May, is it?" May shook her head. Rose continued, "I am picking up that they are scared, but will head back to their camp, I'd guess you'd call it. It seems they were trying to draw those nasty wolf things away from the others. There are others, but I also picked up you know this. You have been friends with them quite a while, I suspect." May and Chuck both smiled now, and Crow made his way to the conversation. He reached in and kissed May on the cheek and added a thankful nod to her, and a slight blush rushed across her cheeks. "They are very fond of May's apple pies." Greta and Tater approached the circle as Rose smiled and understood now that Charles and May and probably half the people here tonight had done their best to help those woodland creatures over the years, to keep their secret and preserve their land. Clay was hugging Carney now, and Rose was grateful everyone had made it through okay. She saw Joe, Dave, the dog Rage, and Sheriff Cook walking around the site where the wolf thing was shot. Sheriff Bill was pointing up at the branch the thing was about to pounce from, and the dog was sniffing all around the area. Jake and Grey Wolf were tossing something from a bag towards where the portal had opened. Rose wasn't sure, and she looked to Crow, who caught what she was looking at and offered an explanation. It is an offering. Tobacco. It is the way. Nature to nature. Respect. Rose and Chuck both nodded, and Rose breathed in deep. Her inner intuition told her tonight was long from over, but she could not put a finger on it. All seemed well right now, but there was something. Carney and Clay were introducing themselves to a large man that came with another older woman. There was an energy there Rose caught right away. She knew in an instant that the woman had a very powerful ability, a channeler, she thought, not unlike her Carney. But the energy was from the large man. He was giving off an energy of innocence, probably had an autist quality. People probably mistook for what some Southerners called slow. This man was not slow by any means. He was extremely smart, caring, trusting, and vulnerable, but had an inner light that was so pure and full. To Rose, it was not only a pleasure to see, but a welcomed addition tonight. "Who's that man there, May?" Rose asked. "That's Tater Daniels. That's my friend Greta with him. Come on, I will introduce you to them." May took Rose's elbow, and they started to make their way over. Rose called to Carney to come meet the newcomers to the circle. She knew Carney would pick up on their energy, too. Rose looked around for Will. She looked over toward the men gathered where May had shot the wolf thing. Not there. Over to where Jake and Grey Wolf were. He wasn't there. Her mind filled immediately with worry. "Will!" she cried out, and everyone's attention was on her. Carney looked around and yelled out, "Billy Ray!" Dave and Rage both moved in fast, as did the sheriff and his deputies. Bill Cook spoke out. "He has got to be here somewhere. Everyone take a direction and let's stay close." Just then, they all heard an engine start up. A small one. Not a truck. Not quite. Chuck's ears perked up. "That's my rig!" He looked just beyond the lodge, his view blocked beyond it, where he had left 4 of those rigs in wait if they had needed one. He saw dust kick up and float behind the lodge, and he moved toward the front of it, waving everyone with him. There came Will, fast and furious from around the lodge. He had that 4-wheeler side by side wide open and whizzed past them and headed for the dirt road the Bigfoot had taken. "That little shit has got one of my 4-wheelers! Will!" seemed to come from several people all at once. Everyone either ran out to cut Will off or stood and yelled. But Carney was the only one to reach him. The young girl seemed to outthink everyone and ran in the opposite direction, waited just a second for Will to pass by, and he slowed just enough for his little sister to jump in. Then he floored it for all she was worth, and the 2 teens disappeared down the road the Bigfoot had run, the road toward the garage, the dead children's playground, and the place where Jeb had lost his life just hours before. "Aw, hell! Now what?" Chuck exclaimed, throwing his hat to the ground, and he kicked it out of pure frustration. Jake spoke up. "We must go. The spirits wish us to. This one will be our fight. It is meant to be." Grey Wolf added, "We were both brought together for this. All of us. We all must go." "You heard 'em, folks." Sheriff Cook, against his better judgment, agreed with the elders. Time and history with them had gained his trust. He didn't always understand, but he had learned not to fight them when issues of the supernatural woo-woo kicked in. "Everyone, get in a vehicle. Let's finish this," the lawman said reluctantly. Dave looked at Joe, and he shrugged and waved his hand toward one of the 3 remaining side-by-sides. Dave, he, and Rage took that one. Chuck and May and Tater to another, the rest in the sheriff's squad car and Jake's truck. Rose and Clay hugged as they rode in the bed of Jake's truck with Grey Wolf, Greta, and George. Tom and Bubba were in one of the last four-wheelers in that odd caravan, keeping a watch on the wood line as they followed. "Do you feel it too, Clay?" Rose asked her husband. "I do," he answered. "They will be okay, though. We will get there in time, Rose." Rose closed her eyes and thought hard before she spoke. "There's a true evil that waits for us, Clay. I think I know what it is, but how to fight it is the question. It's the worst power I have ever come across. It is what is called a soul reaper or soul collector. My guides say it waits for the weak to die or torments the living until it breaks their minds, causes it to go crazy, to kill another or themselves. It has been doing this for years, for centuries. This one preys on children mostly. Their energy is strong, and it gives its life somehow. They say it cannot be killed, but it can be cast out of here. But only if we can weaken it and make it show its true self to us." Rose squeezed Clay's arm hard as she spoke the words. Greta reached across between the two couples, bouncing in the old pickup bed as they ran over potholes and bumps. Greta grabbed Rose's hand and squeezed it. "We will fight it together." Rose squeezed back and smiled. George held on to Greta and whispered, "You cannot be thinking of helping with this, Rose, Bud. Please do not put yourself in harm's way." Greta hugged him back and answered, "George, I have always asked for a way my gift could help. Not just to see things I could not do anything about. If I can help tonight, I will. And I ask if you love me, you will not stand in my way." She smiled at him and he nodded. A tear slid down his cheek. "I understand. I am with you, Rosebud." Rose held onto Clay as she witnessed the scene. She so very much felt the same as Greta did. She knew they would have to stand together. She knew that if they did not get this thing to release the souls it held, they would be lost forever. But how? Rose closed her eyes and bounced with the truck's rough ride down the dirt road. She could feel the energy grow darker as they rode. This thing had taken so many innocent people through the centuries, hiding in the shadows, preying on one soul at a time, creating zombie-like shells of those it took to do its bidding and trap others. Now her loved ones were in its sights. She knew it. She also knew they all may not make it out of this one. She closed her eyes and said a prayer for her niece and nephew now. "Just let us get there in time, please." Jake knew. He steadied the truck as he followed behind Chuck's wild driving down the dark dirt road. He had known before he got to the mountain that day. The thing they were going to fight was ancient, its evil growing through the centuries. He had met it when he was meditating to prepare for this. All of his guides had come to warn him. In his mind's eye, he saw ancestors lined up behind their light. The dark thing broke through just enough to give him a warning, a message to pass along to all who would be crazy enough to think they could challenge it. One dark sentence that echoed still in Jake's mind. Tell them not to come. It could manifest as anything. An animal, a dark mist, perhaps even this young child he kept seeing. A child is often the form these things choose. People trusted children and would help them. Then it could easily manipulate the person, and before they were wise, it would already have them. It was pure evil, and lived off the suffering of others. It must be stopped at all costs. He could not allow fear or worry. He could not allow weakness of any kind creep into his mind. The thing would know it. It would take advantage of it, and it would twist it and use it to beat them. Jake began to sing, and Grey Wolf next to him joined in. They would make their stand tonight. All those who rode with them, although they did not fully understand yet, all of them would be finding their own ground tonight to make their stand against this evil. Inside his heart, Jake knew it was meant to be, and he sang as he steered into what felt like a road that led to hell itself. I'm so sorry, Carney, Will apologized to his sister as he took the last turn down the road. I just have to get a picture of that Bigfoot. This is the most unbelievable thing that's ever happened. No one is ever going to believe it if I don't tell where I took the picture. I can keep the secret. I would never forgive myself if I didn't try. Carney hung on to the roll bar of the four-wheeler, bouncing and nervously popping gum. I get it, Billy Ray, but this is crazy. What if there are more of those things out there? Or that Bigfoot that's hurt attacks us? They look scared. This is nothing to mess with. Will looked into the dark woods, thinking now he may not have truly thought this one through. He saw a light ahead, faint, but it was on, and he headed toward what he thought was that old garage they always pass on the way up the mountain. Will headed for it. Maybe the Bigfoot headed that way, and back around to the back trails up the mountain to avoid all those people gathered up at the cabins, he thought. Look, Carney! As they got closer, a dark shadow that was huge seemed to move quickly in the open parking lot in front of the building. Is that them? Will pointed and yelled out with excitement. I don't know. I don't see anything. The girl bounced in the seat and squinted to see. It went that way, toward the back of the garage. Carney, look again. Will pulled the four-wheeler to a stop, jumped out, left the thing running so its headlights would light its way a bit. Come on, it went this way. One picture, I promise, and we are out of here. As Carney slipped out of the vehicle reluctantly, she noticed yellow tape around the front of the garage. It said, Do Not Cross, Madison Police Department, in black block letters. What had happened here, she thought? And the energy that came from beyond that tape gave her the instant willies. This is what she had always called it when she felt evil present, true evil. This was also part of the reason she couldn't call her brother Will. The Willies were something she associated with very bad things all her life, and she loved her brother even though right now he was completely out of his dang mind. Billy Ray Dunn, this is stupid. Let's go back now. Something real bad happened here. Will ignored her or didn't hear her. His mind set on that picture. Just one picture, he thought, and kept on walking. Almost like getting that picture overrode all his common sense. Carney followed, partly because she didn't want to be alone near this, a crime scene? On the other hand, she would never let her brother walk alone toward whatever she was feeling was around the back of this building. Will saw a sudden shadow move through some old cars lit by moonlight. He turned on the light on his camera to help them see a bit more. Carney had a little unicorn flashlight on her keys, and she touched the blue glittered horn to turn it on. "This is so stupid, Billy Ray. Please stop." Her voice was now showing tones of worry and a bit of well-warranted fear. Carney could see her brother, who had run ahead, chasing a shadow she never saw. He was at the back now of what looked like a junkyard, and beyond it, what Carney saw made her almost freeze with fear. A set of swings and a playground. She was here, the dead children's playground. Her brother ducked through a broken part of the chain-link fence and seemed to be looking with the light of his camera for the subject of his picture. "No!" she screamed, and Carney ran forward and felt like she was running underwater. She could hear herself yelling for her brother to stop, but it was as if her words were far away, coming from out of the dark woods ahead and not from her own mouth at all. She pushed forward and through the hole in the fence. The young girl almost fainted with the blast of energy that came at her now, and a strong wind blew across the open field. Its energy was heavy and dense and came straight at them. In the wind, she swore she heard a child laughing. "They couldn't have gotten far," Chuck hollered over the four-wheeler's groan. May sat shotgun, literally. As her blue dress fluttered in the wind, she held on tight to the weapon that helped her save her friend tonight. "Those crazy kids, Charles. We just have to find them." Tater spoke from the back with a distant, knowing tone. "This won't be good. This is a bad place we are going. It's dark. It's bad in the dark here. I think it might be after that boy." Chuck called back to his friend. "Tater, we are with you." Tater smiled, but added, "Those kids are already in trouble, and we better hurry." Chuck looked at May, and May's eyebrows went up, as if to say, "This is new." Tater having feelings or predictions? Chuck just looked ahead and pushed the little all-terrain vehicle for all she was worth. Carney pushed through the dense wall of air. She felt it was getting stronger with every step. The young girl tried again to call to her brother, who was almost running toward the darkest part of the playground. Concerned she would lose sight of him, she strained to see within the shadows. "Will, stop!" But the words seemed to almost fall like weighted balloons. They fell from her mouth and went bouncing off in front of her without direction. Something was holding her back. The wind whirled around her and pushed at her harder. "Okay, girl, get it together now," she said to herself. As she closed her eyes and asked her guides, "I need you guides. Come stand with me. Walk with me. Help me through this." Just then she remembered the amethyst she stuck in her pocket and reached in and pulled it out. "Connect me with the higher frequency spirits. Protect us and surround us now." Carney felt something let go just then. Warmth filled her and the wind seemed to ease. She took a step almost like something let go, just enough. Carney strained to see where her brother was now. She saw his faint light from the camera that hung around his neck. He was by the merry-go-round in the center of the field. Something was with him. A young girl in an old dress, it looked like. Carney was hit with energy, almost like it was shot out of a cannon directly at her. The little girl looked away from Will and right at her. Was this a ghost or something much worse? Carney's mind started to clear with the thought now, and she squeezed the purple stone again and shook it in her fist as she yelled, "You get away from him now!" Anger filled her and overrode her fear. The young girl started to run toward her brother. She knew she had to reach him fast. The ghostly girl smiled an evil smile as Carney ran toward them. The little girl held up a hand, and a green mist whirled out of every direction and started to meet together in a greenish, glowing mass in front of her. Within the mass, forms started to become figures, and the figures turned into kids. Carney was unable to move again and was forced to watch as the children in her path became clearer. Their details revealed themselves to her. A tall girl in overalls with long braids soaked in blood. A shorter boy with a broken neck and bulging eyes. Two boys who looked like twins in some odd costumey shorts that were bright red like the blood that ran from twin slit throats. A little girl with a blood-soaked dress that matched a bloody teddy bear. More seemed to come into view, and for a moment, Carney was scared again. "Oh, my God!" The words slipped out of her mouth slowly, and she struggled to think. These are the kids. These are the ones being held here. Her thoughts came at a rapid pace in her mind. I can help you. Carney managed to get out the words as they started to walk around her slowly, encircling her. The fear grew in Carney as the macabre scene of children completed their circle, and she could see the girl thing with Will reach for him with one hand and flash her other hand toward Carney. The thing spoke out as she did, and its voice was harsh and dark. "Hold her!" Carney felt a bolt of energy hit her, and it knocked her backwards, but she did not fall. Carney felt like she was floating. She tried to struggle, but felt a hot energy that came from the kids from all around her. It felt like hot needles, and she could feel herself fading away. Like sleep had decided this was the time to take a long nap. The darkness in her mind slowly closed out the light, and faint words slipped out of her lips as she tightened her grip on the purple stone in her hand. Protect him. There! May said as a bit of the parked four-wheeler gleamed in their headlights. There, there! Chuck pulled in the lot, his wheels crunching over the gravel there. He caught a glimpse of the yellow tape and knew instantly it was what Bill had told him earlier. Jake had died here today. He hoped that was all the misery this place would see for a while, but Chuck McGee knew different inside. This was going to be a genuine shit show. He felt it in his bones. All the vehicles pulled in together and kept their headlights pointed in different directions, lighting up the garage and yard in an odd display of shadows that danced in the movement of the group getting out of the vehicles and moving closer together. Everyone with weapons had them ready, but safely pointed down as instructed by Sheriff Cook. Sheriff wanted everyone to stay back and wait for him and his men to call an all clear, but knew It would be futile at this point to try that, so he aimed for safety at best. "Look, over there!" yelled Bubba. He was pointing toward the playground behind the garage. "I see a light." "Will!" Clay called out, and Rose added a loud "Carney!" behind it. Everyone moved toward the area. "Okay, keep calm," Sheriff Bill instructed. "Joe, watch the rear. Jake, you men up here with me and Bubba. Everyone else, please stay close together till we get a beat on what's going on." They could not be far. This would be the last time Sheriff Cook had any control of the events this night. He knew it, and several others knew it in the crowd of 16 that moved through the old cars and trucks in the back of the garage. The sheriff walked ahead with a flashlight and his sidearm breaking the way in front of him. Bubba walked with him, forward observers in a way. Jake, Old Crow, Grey Wolf, Dave, and Rage still on a leash. The Dunns, Tater, the McGees, George, and Greta Steele. Tom and Deputy Joe Parker watching the rear of this odd parade of people, out pushing through weeds and over rusted bumpers and tire rims. "This is just crazy," Dave whispered, and Grey Wolf answered without turning around. "David, I fear this will be the test for everyone's sanity." Dave swallowed, not knowing what that meant, but after everything that had happened, he had no clue where reality and insanity started and ended anymore. Best to just push through, he thought, and did so. There seemed to be a storm kicking up, and the wind blew strong as they made their way toward the playground. Sheriff stopped short, and Bubba next, as they stepped into a clearing and in view of the dark playground's fence ahead. Jake held up his hand, and the line stopped, all except for the Dunns, who, led by Rose, pushed their way forward. Rose yelled out, "Carney!" at the sight in front of her. Tater looked over those in front of him. He could actually see the ghost children, and it frightened him. But he felt madder than he was scared, and this surprised him. But he didn't have time to be scared, he thought. His friends here needed help, and he would do what he could. He yelled out, "They got her! Those kids got her!" Everyone was stunned, but pushed into view of the playground. Sheriff Cook didn't see any kids, just Carney, oddly floating in midair. Rose and Clay saw them, though, much to their horror. Jake, being the shaman he was, saw them now, and he saw them in his dreams for months. And here they were, right in front of him. The elders, Crow and Grey Wolf, saw them too, and the thing that had Will on the merry-go-round. Jake was steady in his words and spoke them clearly and matter of fact. "Your weapons do no good now." He moved up slow past Bill and Bubba, merely spectators now. Grey Wolf and Old Crow walked with him. They stopped in between the others and the broken fence, and Jake called out again, "Rose, please come." Rose was shaken, but understood and tried to gather everything she had learned and took a step. Clay moved with her, and she whispered, I need to do this." He let her go ahead and followed. Jake, never taking his eyes off the playground, continued, "Greta, please come." Greta looked at George, and he shook his head. "No, Greta." But she squeezed his hand and with a look told her husband to let her. He did. As he kissed her hand, she reached out for Rose's hand, and Rose, not even seeing, reached back and took it as if she just knew. She gripped Greta's outstretched hand in hers, and they walked forward and stood beside Jake and the elders. Rose took Crow's hand to steady her as the full horror in front of her came into view. Clay, holding the other, squeezed tight but stayed silent. Jake spoke softly, and Dave strained to hear and moved up closer. Rage was silent, but for a steady rumble of that growl deep inside his throat, and Dave knew that one meant all business. "Not yet, Dave," Jake instructed. "Hold him tight. He will scare them off, but they must be destroyed tonight. There will be his time, too, I feel, but for now, hold him there." Dave took the instruction and tightened his grip on the leash and rubbed his friend's ear to soothe him. Tom reached down and patted the dog's head, too. "I know, buddy. Me too," he said, and Joe moved next to Dave and whispered, "Holy shit. I mean, oh my God." Dave said, "You were right the first time." Bubba was shaking, and Bill Cook reached up and pushed his weapon downward with one hand and added, "Steady, deputy. Steady now." Chuck moved next to Bill. "What in God's creation is this, Jake?" "Not God's creation. Evil, Charles. This is all evil." They all stood now at the fence, the elders, Greta, Rose, and Clay, closest to the scene. Are we all just gonna stand here?" George begged, scared for the kids and his wife. "Stand is exactly what we will do," Grey Wolf smiled. Seconds moved like hours as they waited for Jake to guide them, all of them not believing their eyes. Will Dunn sat with his head back and his face up toward the sky on the merry-go-round, holding on with both hands as it slowly spun a rickety circle and squeaked a ghastly, rusty sound that reverberated across the field of dark and broken playthings. A girl that looked about 8 years old stood over him, holding him by the camera strap around his neck, and seemed to be breathing him in. She leaned in to Will's face and took deep breaths through her mouth. Will would go limp as she did, like he was in and out of unconsciousness as they spun around and around. Everyone saw her, some as a solid living girl, some as a glowing, transparent, dark figure, and others as a mass of black that moved in front of Will. The young man looked like he was more than dizzy, but in a trance of some kind. Jake knew the thing was doing its best to steal the essence of life from Will. He knew they needed to move fast, but not just scare it off. It would come back with a vengeance and take many more with it. This needed to be finished tonight. Though horrifying, the worst of the scene was Carney. She looked like she was hovering 2 feet off the ground. Her head was back and her mouth opened in a silent scream, and her body floated there bent backwards, her arms floating by her sides. Little blue electric-looking lightning things seemed to come from her in all directions, and she looked like she was being electrocuted. The blue streams of energy came from a group of children that circled around her, each one more horrific than the next. All of them had a greenish glow about them. Dave thought they for sure looked dead or dying. One had a slit throat and the other what looked like a broken neck. One little girl held a teddy bear in a bloody hand. 2 were twins in what looked like Catholic uniforms. Jake saw that Carney was being held there. To Jake, it looked like they were holding her back from helping Will. Will was the one who needed help right away. Dave watched with the others, too stunned to move, and he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Jake spoke up. "We must stand together.
I ask you, Rose and Greta, to focus on the young boy. That is no child out there. Do you think you can hold it away from the boy?" Rose answered, "Yes, I know who it is." She looked at Greta, and they walked in that direction, taking steps together with Crow and Clay. The four of them focused on Will and the thing with him. The wind grew to a staggering strength. It blew from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. Dried leaves and sand gusted up and struck at the bystanders, and they shielded their eyes as it did. Rose, Clay, Greta, and Crow seemed not to notice or give in because they stood hand in hand against the wind and began sending their energy toward that merry-go-round. Will and that ghostly girl. Greta knew her energy was far more through these years, and she willed all of her light toward the thing bending over the boy. Crow and Rose did the same, and Crow whispered, "Use your love, Rose. It is made of darkness and cannot stand the light. We must weaken it. We will help you." Their grip tightened, and they stood together as the thing let out a ghastly laugh, pulled back, and aimed its attention at them. "You get away from him! You are not a child! I know who you are!" Rose screamed at the thing in front of Will. She knew to deal with it, she had to get it to reveal its true form. "You show yourself! Show me!" She screamed against the wind. The thing on the rickety merry-go-round lurched back in a laugh and started to fade. It seemed to break into a white mist that floated up and away from Will, but now shot forward and hovered right above him. It had a glow that pulsated and grew as it did. It started to take form within the mist, and it started to circle around Will. Dave thought it looked like a ghost of an old woman, with long arms stretched out in front of her as she flew. Long, white, tangled hair flowed behind the thing. A white dress, tattered and torn, flowed with it. Its wrinkled and weathered face screamed and laughed as it flew circles around Will, who was still held in some sort of a trance. It floated above him and then around him, then back up again. Each time it got close to him, Will's body would lurch up as if it grabbed and pulled him. It flew faster around the merry-go-round, and it seemed to spin as it did. Its laugh was deafening and sharp. Will circled around and around, and Joe looked at Dave and back again in disbelief. "Hold it there, Rose! We have the girl!" Jake yelled, and looked back toward the group. "Your weapons have no power here. It is your heart that will win this. Stand together. Do not fear. Send all of your good energy toward them. Think of a white light and focus toward them." Bubba laid down his weapon. Joe did too. Tom and Chuck followed them, as did May and George. Sheriff held on to his. It would take a lot more for him to put his weapon down. May reached for Tater's hand, and yes, he took Chuck's. Joe took his, and on down the line they all clasped hands. Bill Cook, the last in line, finally took his deputy's hand, his pistol in the other, ending the line of observers. What are we supposed to do here, Bubba?" he whispered. Bubba answered back. "Send good energy," Jake said. Sheriff Cook twisted a smile back in disbelief. Bill Cook closed his eyes and prayed. Rose called out against the wind again, and out into the darkness she called in her light. "All our guides gather here. Dispel this evil back to where it came. I call on all spirits of light to help us banish this dark force." The ghostly woman laughed, and green light flashed from its mouth as it did, and it hovered over Will. The poor kid looked as spent as little Jacob had, Dave thought. "She tried to take me," he had said. Could this be what he meant? Dave grimaced and tried to focus. Rage growled and pulled at the leash just enough to say, "Let me at him, Dave." Dave held firm. He, too, said a prayer. "Look," Tater spoke up, to no one in particular. "There's something else on that merry-go-round." A light began to form in front of Will. As the others this night, it started to grow in size. They all saw this one, as it gained a bit of color and took shape. The flying ghost backed away from it and made some figure eights above Will. It took off and flew across the playground and toward the children holding Carney. It seemed to try to get close to her, but was held back somehow. It didn't seem to be able to get itself in that circle. Dave thought perhaps those sparks were coming from Carney and not at her. The old woman lurched back in midair, laughed its hard laugh again, and flew through the air at Will. The light thing that stood in front of Will now came to form. It was a large man, in fishing waders and a floppy hat. He gave off a greenish-white light and stood between Will and the ghost lady, whose laughter slowed and became shallow, as did the merry-go-round. It spun to a rusty stop. The evil thing hovered in front of the ghostly man and seemed to hiss as he held up one translucent hand in front of her, as if to say, "Stop." Light seemed to sparkle from his hand and float out toward the hovering thing. Chuck yelled out, "Well, hell on a skillet, that's Bob!" "He's helping, Charles. Look," May added with delight. Ghost Bob stood in front of Will, protecting the boy, and the wind died down. Tater yelled out, "That's it, Bob! Keep it up! And it's real good to see you!" May and Chuck both smiled at this. How could you not? Rose gained her strength now and called out again, "You show yourself! Show me! I know who you are. You are a soul reaper. You cannot have his. Will, fight, honey! Wake up and fight!" Will started to shake his head and hung on with one hand, still not looking like he was fully back. To Dave, it looked like Bob's ghost was buying the kid a little time here. He heard Jake chanting loudly with Grey Wolf and looked towards Carney. Little lights started to sparkle in the darkness around them, and it looked to Dave and Joe like a few orbs were forming from them. They grew in size and danced above Jake and Grey Wolf's heads. Dave didn't know where to look, but he noticed Rage was watching there too. The orbs floated into a circle and now danced over Carney, who was still hanging in midair. Joe whispered, "Look," and nodded toward Jake and Grey Wolf. A very bright orb moved around them and then hovered in front of them, and a sparkling mist formed there. It was a beautiful, bright white. "An angel?" Dave whispered. "I don't know," Joe whispered back. The bright form became the figure of a woman, so bright it was hard to look directly at it. Dave could actually feel warmth from that direction, almost like having the sun on you, and a smile seemed to grow inside him that spread to his face. He could see she had long dark hair in a ponytail that ran down the front of her shoulder. The light lady opened her arms and seemed to send light from her hands that circled around the ghost circle of children and Carney. They dropped their hands and the blue electric sparks just stopped.
Carney lurched up and just fell to the ground with a thunk. Carney gasped a breath of air and sat up. Ouch! Hey, what happened? Carney yelled, shaking her head and looking around. Oh, no! She struggled to her knees and pushed herself up and took notice of those who surrounded her and tried to get her bearings. She rubbed her sore back as she focused. The children were still there, but motionless and absent somehow. She saw Jake and Grey Wolf chanting in a bright light whose glow almost blocked out the elders who sang louder and louder. There was a woman in the light. Carney realized. The brave girl squinted and shielded her eyes to get a better look. She looked familiar. Susan! She called out with glee. Jake called out to Rose. Now, Rose, fight! Crow called back to the observers behind him. Who owns this property, Charles? If you do, tell that entity it must go and cannot stay. Banish it from your land. Chuck McGee spoke up, almost fighting the wind with his words. I'm not the owner, Jake. Tater is. Tater heard this and was shocked and confused at these words. He looked away from the commotion in front of him and at his friends. What? May squeezed Tater's hand and whispered sternly, but with kindness to Tater. That's what I've been trying to tell you. You own this land and the garage on it, Tater Daniels. Your daddy left it to you. We didn't want anyone to swindle it away from you. We have been keeping it safe. It's all yours, sweetie. Tater swallowed hard, trying to process this. Tater, you must stand for what's yours. Go. You can do this. That boy needs you. Go help him and Bob. May let go of his hand, and so did Chuck, and Tater took a step. Tom urged his friend. We're with you, Tater, and you're not alone. We need you, Tater. Please try. Greta called, and Tater moved quickly past the fence and took Greta's outstretched hand in his, reached down and summoned his sternest voice. You let him go. You get off my land. That's it, Tater, Crow whispered. Again. You go back to where you come from. Get out of here. This is my land. You get off in it. May smiled, closed her eyes, and added more prayers with the others. Jesus, we need you and your angels. Now please help us. The flying ghost winced back and screamed. It floated toward the line of light warriors, screamed again, and bared its sharp teeth. Its stench made the line of people pull away from it. It hung directly in front of Rose and smiled a sinister smile. Rose was sure she had seen before. From its lips came a dark and ancient voice wrapped in stench and knowledge. You cannot have them. They are mine. They are part of me. Your prayers cannot help you now. Rose closed her eyes and spoke out to her light. Bind this thing of darkness. Fill it with your light. She repeated it, and the others joined in. The thing screamed in pain and flew back away from them, and it flew back over to Will again. Its energy seemed to slow, noticeably weaker. Ghost Bob seemed to squint, and more light energy came from him. Dave noticed it looked like it made him weaker somehow after he did. Rose screamed out, I call on all my guides to weaken this creature. Show me who you really are. The thing reared back its head and yelled toward the sky. The green light from its mouth seemed to be dimmer now. The old woman's specter seemed to fold over on itself and then fall or dive to the ground. When it hit, a black dust came up from the sand. The black mass of dust seemed to gather and grew dense, and it started to writhe and form into a shape. A huge black skeletal head pulled up from the dark mass. Where its eyes were, a red light seemed to come from it. It pulled itself up like it was emerging from a hole in the ground with claw-like hands that pulled at the sand around it. Dave's skin crawled up his back as he felt he was looking into the eyes of evil itself. The creature writhed and screamed as it pushed up from the black muck. A wet-looking, bony body grew up under it. Its black skin pulled tight over its long bones, and to Dave looked like one of those skeletons he had in the science room back at college that someone had dipped in black gloss paint. "There you are, you foul creature, you soul snatcher. I call on all high vibrational beings to cast you back into the depths of darkness. You release those souls." Rose spoke with authority at the thing. Crow jumped in. "You must release the souls of these children. They do not belong to you. You must release them and go back to the dark pit of the abyss." The creature twisted and screamed as if in pain. Tater yelled again, "Go! Get off my land!" Almost surprising himself with his own words. "You get off and let those kids go!" Crow began to pray loudly now. "O Great Spirit, take from this creature what is not his, and give back the essence of these children. Banish it in the name of all that is holy, and cleanse this land again." Rose repeated, "Release them, release them." Clay, Greta, Tater, Crow, and the others started with her. Everyone joined in. "Release them," echoed from all around. The dark creature stood now, towering above the line of people. It swayed as if its bony black legs would give out. Will seemed to come to and let out a scream, but seemed frozen where he sat. The creature screamed again too, and it twisted and writhed against the words slung at it. It batted at things above it that Dave did not see, and to him looked much like it was swatting at flies, to Dave, that were invisible. Carney, getting the idea of what was going on here, screamed too. "You let them go, you soul reaper! You cannot take away what is not given. These children are not yours." Carney looked at Jake, and he nodded. She squeezed the amethyst still gripped in her hand and reached towards Susan's ghost. "Help me," she pleaded, and Dave watched as the ghostly hand reached past the grotesquely maimed ghost kids and seemed to take Carney's hand. A shaft of light rose from them as they touched, and the children's glow seemed to change and started to sparkle as the light spread around the circle. Carney chanted now too, "Release them," and pushed her hand palm out toward the creature. Balls of her light energy flew from it and circled the beast. Tater screamed out again, "You get off my land!" The chanting grew louder, and the creature twisted and threw its head back and screamed. Its long black forked tongue leaped from its mouth and twisted in the air as it screamed. Thick black goo surged over its teeth and hit the ground in sloppy splats. It flowed in an even stream like a river of darkness.
It bent forward, holding its middle, as if he was throwing up this nasty substance, and a roaring sound came from within it as it did. It dropped to its knees into the black pool of goo, bent over, and its head lurched forward, mouth open into a silent scream now. Dave could see a light. A white light started to come from its throat, and tiny sparkles rolled out of its mouth and drifted into the air. The sparkles grew into little glowing bubbles that floated off and away from it, and toward Carney and the ghosts of Susan and the children. "Now, David, let him go now!" Dave, shocked, did as he was asked and let go of the leash. Rage took off toward the creature. It bent forward and gasped and drew back as Rage barked and growled his best. The creature seemed to start to melt, and its body seemed to retreat back into the black goo that had fallen at its feet. It writhed and screamed in pain, and Dave thought of that witch in that Oz movie that got hit with the bucket of water. What a world indeed, Dave thought. Rose screamed back, "We banish you into the dark abyss. You can never return to this place. These souls are not yours. You have no power here." The thing hissed loudly like a snake caught in a trap. Rage growled at the hissing thing and barked his own warning. The thing raised its claw to cover its face. The red light from its eyes dimmed into darkness, and it continued to melt completely into the dark puddle. Its last scream gurgled up from the black goo, and the black bubbles popped on its surface. The gooey mess broke apart and turned into a black mist that rose and dissipated into the night air. The atmosphere changed. The wind stopped completely, and you could feel the air seemed lighter. "You can feel it's gone," Dave said to Joe. "I feel it too. Look." Joe answered and nodded his head toward Will. Rage ran to Will and licked his face, looked up toward Bob's ghost, and now wagged his tail. Rose fell to her knees with exhaustion, and Greta and Tater caught her. Old Crow took out his turtle rattle from his buckskin coat pocket and shook it as he quickly made his way to Jake and Grey Wolf. Dave focused on Rage, not knowing what else to do, and it seemed the dog was not afraid of Bob's ghost now. If Bob was the ghost in his cabin, Rage didn't like what he saw then. So what's different? He thought maybe Bob was no longer angry, just worn out, it seemed. And Dave, as usual, did his best to understand his best friend's lead. Clay ran to Will, too, and hugged him tightly, and rubbed Rage's ears in thanks. Clay looked up at Bob. "Thank you so much for helping him. Now, let us help you. Walk toward that light. Go get your peace and happiness." Bob's ghost seemed to back away from the scene of the two weary huggers, and down off the merry-go-round, and only then seemed to notice the light coming from the circle of kids. He slowly seemed to glide that way, and all at once he exclaimed, "Susan!" Dave heard him loud and clear, and the sound of his voice seemed pleading this time. Not the gruffled, angry voice that came through the radio that night. The orbs all seemed to move with Old Crow and circled over the heads of the elders. Several of them dipped down, one at a time, and seemed to melt into the ghost children. Joe whispered, "Would you look at that?" As they did, each ghost kid seemed to light up brighter, and then fade into a mist,
moved through the air and hovered next to Susan. One at a time, they all disappeared and collected together into Susan's light, and Dave could hear Carney saying, "That's right. You are free now. Go with Susan. She will guide you to the light. Go now." Rose looked toward her niece and smiled. "Look at them all. That horrid thing took so many." Greta whispered, "They are all free now." "All free," Tater whispered back as they sat on the ground hugging Rose. Tears started to roll down the big man's face as they watched the last of the children turn to the glowing mist and hover with the ghost of Susan and the other orbs that danced there. Jake spoke to the air. "Guide them, Great Spirit. Take them to the light. May they find peace there." Carney smiled at Susan and whispered, "Thank you. But there's one more." Carney nodded toward the ghost of Bob, who was right behind Jake and the elders now. "You can go with them too. Go with her, and go to the light." The ghost of Susan held out her hand toward her husband. Jake and the elders parted and let him go through. Bob was holding his hat in his hand and looking at his wife with surprise and doubt. "Susan?" "Yes, Robert, it is me. Walk with us. It's time to go." He reached out his hand and touched hers. The light around him started to brighten and sparkle with light. "Incredible," Bill Cook spoke out softly. "Do you see it, Bubba?" Bubba nodded, and that big man was crying too. Bob looked toward the people lined up still holding hands and set his eyes on Chuck McGee. Chuck clutched at his hat and squeezed, doing his best to hold back tears himself. "We know what was done to you, and that man is paid. You go. We are all good now. You go, my friend, and thank you for your help. I will see you on the other side." Bob's ghost smiled and took a step toward Susan. The orbs of light and the glowing mist all came together as Bob and Susan met. They all seemed to swirl together, lift, and then disappear into the night sky. Carney ran and threw her arms around Jake and hugged him tight. "I knew we could help them. Oh, thank you," she said as tears of joy and exhaustion ran warm down her face. "You did it, little one. Your heart kept them safe. I told you, you were sent. The universe knows what it needs. It is up to us to answer the call." The tired girl hugged both Grey Wolf and Old Crow, and saw Clay walking to Rose with Will and Rage. "Will!" She ran to her brother and hugged him too. "I tried to stop it. Oh, Will, did we get it too?" "We all did, sweetie. We all did," Rose said as Tater helped her to her feet. George held Greta tight and they all hugged together, each one completely spent in their own way. Energies drained, worry and amazement and adrenaline all running on high now. Rage ran to Dave. "Good job, boy, good job." Chuck and May rushed up to Tater. "We're all dang proud of you, young man." May hugged him, and he knelt down to hug her back. May kissed his cheek, and he blushed, and rushed questions at her in his own way. "Did you see Bob? He looked so good, didn't he? I mean, for a dead man. Is this really all my land, Miss McGee?" "Sure is, Tater," May smiled in answer. "I don't know what I'm going to do with such a place." As they walked toward the others, Chuck asked him, "Well, Tater, what do you want to do with it?" Tater stopped and thought a moment. An idea showed bright in his eyes. I'd like to bulldoze it down. Put in an orchard if I could. Lots of trees for the birds. Always wanted that. Chuck slapped him on the back. "Well, Tate, sounds great. From dark to light. Give it back to nature." Tater smiled and was visibly excited now. "I'd like to grow apples. Lots and lots of apple trees." Jake, walking behind them, overheard. "That's a fine idea, Tater. Your gift will help heal this land, and they do love apples." May smiled at Jake. She knew. She always had known. Everyone gathered now, sharing their amazement and absolute awe of what they had seen. Rose, Carney, and Greta were exhausted. Poor Will had to be filled in with Carney on what they had missed. He was disappointed to have missed such an event, but sadder he had no pictures to prove it. And his head hurt a lot. "Okay, everyone move safely through this junk out here. Parker, Bubba, make sure these ladies get through this junkyard safe." Bubble smiled and answered, "My pleasure, Sheriff, but I believe these ladies will do just fine." Bill Cook smiled. Agreed, Deputy Danker. Agreed." And he tipped his hat to Greta as she walked by arm in arm with George. Sheriff Cook stood at the fence and took a last look across the empty field. It was almost impossible for him to fathom the horrors and miracles that had both happened here on this day. He took off his signature Stratton hat, looked toward the stars, and said, "Thank you," softly to the night. He choked back his own tears, put his hat back on, and adjusted its brim. "Deputies, let's get these folks back to the cabins. That's damn sure enough for one night." Rage barked and wagged his tail and jumped around in a quick circle as if he knew. Dave knew he did, if anyone understood. It was Rage. Things settled down on the mountain the rest of that night. A few stayed around the fire a while, talking over the events of the night and the things they had seen. Adrenaline, more than fear, kept them awake, it seems. But eventually, Sheriff, the elders, and Bubba left to head back down the mountain, and everyone yawned their good nights and went off to their beds in well-deserved rest. Those who had loved ones there kept a closer eye on them and held on a little tighter when they hugged good night. The crickets chirped again, and the owl hooted at the moon, but the worried wailing was not heard again that night from high up the mountain. Dave and Rage slept together again on the couch in cabin 22, only catching the last few hours of dark before the dawn. They woke early, and Dave didn't even bother with the new coffee pot. He would drive down to the lodge this time, see if May had some good coffee, and head down and away from the mountain for a while, even for a day or two. "We need a vacation from our vacation, don't we, boy?" Rage barked his answer and ran for the screen door. Okay, buddy," Dave laughed. "Right behind you." As they drove toward the lodge, Dave couldn't help but think of how so many horrible things could go on in such a beautiful place, and to just go back to its normal beauty afterwards. He drove slow, and he listened to the birds sing their morning songs, and Rage watched the squirrels running through the fallen leaves. Dave parked in front of the lodge and looked around. All seemed normal, but it was still surreal somehow. He looked toward the woods that just hours ago he saw a huge beast walk out of a light and kill a rougarou with its bare hands. He shook at the thought, and his eyes fell on a huge limb that had its end broken off when a sweet old lady shot a dogman out of it to save her friend. "It happened," Dave said out loud and patted Rage on the back. "Lord help us. It happened, all right. I need some coffee, Rage. You want to see if May has a biscuit laying around? Rage barked a definite yes, and they got out of the car and walked up to the porch. Dave stopped at the carved wood totem pole that stood at the right of the entrance and nodded to it. He had gained a new respect for the odd and woo-woo stuff, he thought now. Thanks, fellas. He opened the door and tinged the bell at the lodge office. Chuck McGee was at the desk as he walked in, drinking coffee, and already had a smile. Good morning to you, Dave, and to you, Rage. Oh, good morning to you, Chuck. I just wanted to stop in and let you know I was going down the mountain today to check on a few things. Chuck laughed. Need a bit of civilization, do you? Rage barked. Dave smiled. Oh, I understand after the things we saw last night. Chuck smiled back. I wonder if you'd do me a little favor. I was going to go do this myself, but this just seems fitting somehow. Dave said, sure will. What can I do for you? Chuck said, wait here a second. Chuck walked back to his office, and Rage took the chance to nudge at Fritz the cat who was sitting on the sofa. Dave thought he would get a snout full of cat's paw for it, but he didn't. Fritz just rubbed up against Rage like they were old friends. I'll be, Dave smiled. Dipped and fried, Chuck finished as he returned, handed Dave something, and explained what he wanted Dave to do. Dave smiled and said he'd be back later and maybe they could take in some fishing. Dave and Rage left the office, and as he passed the cigar store Indian on the porch, he noticed the red and white peppermints had been changed to candy corn. Well, May, I don't know how you do it, old girl. He laughed and took one of the candy corns from the outstretched hand and said, Happy Halloween to you, too, to the staunch face of the carved native warrior there. Here you go, Rage. Rage took the candy and wagged his tail, and they drove down the mountain together. Dave took the turn Chuck told him to, and the tires rolled over the gravel road and into a lovely little churchyard. Dave and Rage got out and walked together, following Chuck's directions. Dave saw the spot and walked close enough to read the double headstone. Olson, Robert, and Susan, eternally. Well, Rage, this is the spot. Dave reached in his pocket and pulled out a plastic bag and emptied it into his hand. A gold pocket watch with a train on the front. He pushed the button, and for the very last time, it played its little tune. Dave closed it, bent down and touched the dirt below the headstone with his hand. Here, buddy, dig here. And Rage dug softly with his paws till he had a small hole. That's good, buddy. Rage stopped, and Dave put the watch in the hole and covered it with dirt. He placed his hand on the stone. You have your Susan back now, Bob, and thank you both so much. Rage barked, and Dave pet his head and smiled. Let's go, buddy. How about steak and eggs? Steak! Rage barked in definite agreement. Sheriff Cook and Bubba never spoke of the events that night with anyone but each other. The final result of Skeet's death was concluded as accidental, and the cave closed off completely. Jebediah Perkins's death concluded as undetermined animal attack. No body was ever found. There was an old truck registered to Jebediah Perkins found in the back trails behind the cave where the still was found. The truck bed was full of crates, and those were full of mason jars, and those were full of moonshine. In the truck's cab, they found an empty Vienna sausage can, a cracker wrapper, an empty silver flask, and a Marlboro box with 3 hand-rolled cigarettes in it, determined to be tobacco. Several of those cigarette butts were found in the ashtray along with a well-chewed toothpick. The moonshine and the truck were impounded. The Pepsi machine was junked, and as of now, Bill Cook has sworn off Stewart root beer. "Some things are just best left to memory," he told Bubba. Tater kept the garage and only works on vehicles made in the year 1975 or older, sometimes the occasional tractor for a friend. Tom helps him in the garage and in the orchard that should have its first bumper crop this year. Elda has taken to handling Tater's accounting and office management. They have grown very fond of having lunches outside at the new picnic area by the orchard out in the back of the garage. Rose and Clay Dunn are currently writing a book on the history and hauntings of southern states. The chapter on a certain place in Alabama, although very long, will be void of many details of that one special night. The chapter deals more with how Carney, with help from some special guides, crossed over some lost children that just needed some good energy, direction, and a bit of love. There is a wonderful picture credited to William Dunn of a beautiful woman in a glowing light taken from an undisclosed location. George Steele's picture of the Swanson's thrush made the cover of the Audubon Society magazine. They did quite the write-up of him, too. He wore the cable-knit sweater Greta knitted for him in his picture for the article. While knitting George's new favorite sweater, Greta wore a very special ring on her finger, the one that belonged to her mother she had thought she had lost forever. Soon after their Halloween last fall, her new friend Rose had called her and explained that Greta's mother had come through to her and told her Greta had lost the ring in the bathroom sink and it was caught in the P-trap under it. George took apart the pipe and there it was, still gleaming and still beautiful. George is still very active in bird watching. He is currently on the lookout for the elf owl at his favorite mountain getaway. Jake, Gray Wolf, and Old Crow frequent the mountain to visit their good friends and help keep the balance in its wonderful surroundings. Jake told Chuck McGee that the woods and its inhabitants seem peaceful and that the land is much happier now. And that was just fine with Chuck McGee. Chuck McGee takes in more fishing now, often with Joe Parker and Dave Weaver by his side, and of course Rage. Visitors still come to the cabins asking about the dark figure haunting the showers there, and Chuck just smiles and tells them there are no monsters in my cabins. He is currently working on a new project, a large carving of a Bigfoot he swears does not exist. May is still keeping him busy running the cabin resort and baking her wonderful pies. Most of them are apple these days. David Weaver is enjoying his new southern home, has grown more fond of the music and definitely the people there. Joe Parker visits to share steaks and stories with him and Rage on a regular basis. Joe often works with Dave on his job, which has taken both he and Rage to many disaster sites with the search and rescue team, many of them tornado-related. Rage received the Medal of Honor and Bravery from the governor for finding a 2-year-old boy under the rubble of a building. The brave dog was able to fit through a space under the rubble and reach the boy. Rage sat with him for hours as he was dug out from under an old clawfoot tub that was in his house 3 blocks away just that morning. Rage made a new friend for life, received a lovely picture, lots of handshakes and hugs, and T-bone steaks the entire week.
I don't know who's still here with me. Oh my goodness. Look at Lynn. Can you all see? There we go. Ah, that's fabulous. Happy Halloween, everybody. I hope you enjoyed The Strange Case of Cabin 22. I am exhausted. I am in over my head up to here in kitten love, and I just couldn't be happier to tell you guys happy Halloween. I wish you love, and I hope you got something from that story. Lynn,
I got
I don't think Donnie will mind if I ask you what you thought of the ending there, as from your vantage point and perspective.
I loved it. It was a great coming together of enlightenment for all, and the love that they all came together. It was something that they couldn't deny. So,
Yep.
those that were believers were aware of it, and those that were non-believers all came together with the same enlightenment. And I thought that was beautiful.
Yeah,
Oh, and
thank
this
you.
is Winston and Edgar.
I
by
love
the way.
Winston. I love him.
Isn't he
Absolutely
cute?
love. Yes, I love him.
I've got my
I love.
ex-husband's head on a plate too. It's kind of funny.
Oh, that's pretty funny. I love going to like Halloween, the spirit. I don't know if you have Halloween spirit or whatever you call it. Spirit Halloween. I think that's what it's called. It's a worldwide chain, isn't it?
It's a what?
It's a worldwide chain, isn't it, for like costumes and Halloween stuff?
Oh,
You
I have
go in,
no
they have all
idea.
the statues and all the pretty cool stuff.
I actually got that one, believe it or not, in a Walgreens about like 10 years ago. Yeah, he's like 10 years old, back when they made stuff good, and I keep it. My kids will have to fight over it someday when I die, but
I don't want to cut your face, but I want to show you a couple of the comments here so you can see them.
That's okay.
Lynn,
thank you.
Apparently, I'm high on catnip. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I have been chasing kittens, trying to keep them from going under the bed because I don't want them to get up underneath the, Oh gosh, it was wonderful. But it's been wonderful to spend this time with you guys. Donnie, what did you want to say, hon?
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that last part. There's a lot happened.
Yes.
It got pretty hairy at times.
Yeah. The Soul Collector. I mean, some ancient things out there.
And that does happen in real life too, where such as a lot of the mental hospitals and things like that have been abandoned, and there are a lot of souls that have not crossed over in there, and there always seems to be something very heavy and dark and menacing that's kind of anchoring them there and keeping them, frightened and to control them,
holding them back and not letting them cross and overpowering them, even in some cases human earthbound spirits, you know what I mean?
Yes.
That overpowered like a family in life or whatever also does it in death, and kind of puts up a barrier. It's awful.
Yes, it is. I've actually seen a little girl ghosts before that were actually controlled by some man that must have been in their life at some point, and he was very angry in one of the places that I had to clear at one point. So yes, it does happen, and it's beautiful when they finally do cross over. Yeah. And they get away from that negativity and that control.
Yep. Well, we pretty much ran the gauntlet, 14 and something plus hours of, a lot of different characters, a lot of different people, a lot of different walks of life, really, and nature and everything else.
I have a quick
with
question, actually.
Go ahead, Donnie.
How long did this take you to make from start to finish?
I think I did all the way up until 5 from October to probably Christmas. And then I took a little hiatus, and I came in and did 6 as a big 4-hour chapter, something like that. Yeah. But there was a lot of. At one point in time, I lost the characters, and I had to wait till I was connected back into again so I could finish it and bring it all to the end, I think.
One of the things I can't help but notice while listening to that is like, I think Sysco did this all in one take. Right? Because it doesn't look like there are many cuts. So I'm like,
Most of the
holy
time I
crap,
did
she just
go
went.
through, but there's
'Cause I know if I
definitely.
did that,
Oh
if
my
I had to
gosh.
do a story like that, I'd be like cutting and stopping and like starting over and be like, oh, I didn't like
I
the way I
told you the
said it.
weirdest thing, the only thing that I can pinpoint is that when I wrote it, and I think I've said this before, when I was reading it and narrating it, everybody had their own color and their own font, and somehow it just connected. I don't know. I'm
Wow.
telling you, it was weird. It
I
was weird.
enjoyed it a lot.
I am so glad.
Yeah, I really did. It's amazing. I'm very, very impressed. And
Oh,
it had, you did such a great job, Cisco. You really did. And I'm so tickled that you've got your new babies. They're going to
oh my
keep you up
God.
tonight.
Oh gosh, I plan on getting no sleep, and and they were
In a good
they were
way.
blocking people in the chat. They're already getting involved. They went after one of the big guns. They got Blue Crossroads. He's a, he's ex law enforcement and many other things. He tells you himself,
Mhm.
and I just thought it was so funny. They picked the person. Somebody like that to just start blocking. They were walking on it. I couldn't stop them.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
It
Oh,
was fun. But this has been an absolute blast, you guys. I am absolutely exhausted.
me
And
too.
I'm so glad to ring in Halloween with you guys. And thank you, Lynn, for coming on with Donnie and I.
Oh,
And
thank you for having me.
Yeah, this was
Thank
a lot
you.
of fun. Thank you.
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Thank
and
you
being
for
in the
having me.
chat through the whole week. I know it's a lot to keep up with. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy
Be
Halloween,
safe out
everybody.
there. And thanks for spending some of this with us. And everybody is saying happy Halloween to you and to Donnie and everybody else. And we're going to get out of here because I'm going to
Yeah.
sleep.
I just found out that I'm carpool mom tomorrow morning. The other mom's
Uh-oh.
car broke down, so I'm the boss.
You better go, baby.
Yeah.
Good
I
night,
know, right?
everybody. Be
Right.
safe out
Bye.
there.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Good night,
Bye.
everybody.
Bye.
I think. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I think. We'll get us out, baby. Happy Halloween, everybody. From Spirit and Boo and Dickens McGee. Because his spirit is here, and that's the spirit of Halloween and the spirit of us. Good night, everybody.